It's on the O setting. Okay. Yep, the light's on. Oh. Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. Oh, shoot, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Nahdia Jenkins, and this is my presentation on AI versus human editors and how do readers perceive editing quality. And before I start, I would just like to ask a quick question to the audience. So just with a quick raise of your hand, how many of you have ever used AI before? Like ChatGPT, Grammarly, oh, everyone. That's great. Okay. So here's my agenda. I'm going to go over my problem statement, scientific questions, my stakeholders, literature review, primary research, hypothesis, evidence, data analysis, results, and my next steps. So to begin, I have my problem statement. With AI-based tools like Grammarly and ChatGPT gaining popularity, there's a growing debate about whether human editors are still necessary. This project examines whether people can detect a difference between AI-edited and human-edited text, and how this influences their perception of professionalism or trustworthiness. So here I have my 3 scientific questions. What ways can we emphasize the importance of human editors and writers above AI writers? How does the creation of Grammarly or ChatGPT affect the jobs or careers of editors, and how does it affect writers? And my primary question, what determines the credibility of an AI written text versus a human written text? So here I have my stakeholders. I have 6 of them. To begin, I have high school students and teachers because reviewing assignments that may contain AI text writing or creation makes it difficult to grade accurately because it's not real answers from students. And I have college students and teachers because free AI websites encourage students to cheat on assignments, such as final exams, which can impact grading and prevent getting an accurate education in a student's major. And finally, I have my secondary stakeholders, which are content development pros and proofreaders, which these are both human-ran proofreading and editing companies. So the usage of free AI editors will take away revenue for human editors like these companies. So here I begin my supporting research. I have my beginning quote from Barron. The main problem with ChatGPT's use for academic research is its tendency to hallucinate, whereby it presents facts and even references that look plausible but are completely invented by the AI itself. So just to summarize a little bit, because it's kind of wordy, it basically means is when you generate something from ChatGPT, it'll create its own resources instead of picking like actual genuine resources. And my second quote is from Morehouse. The AAGs, or automatic article generators, are currently available to anyone at an affordable cost, and Google Trends point to increasing searches for article generator tools. Therefore, there is a high possibility that some students are using AAGs for their academic work. So again, to summarize, because ChatGPT and other generative AIs are so free and available, practically everyone could be using it for their own assignments. I have my third quote from Clee, superhuman. So just a little context for this quote. Grammarly is currently going through a lawsuit because its new AI feature that can generate text has been claiming to be like famous authors and like something similar to that, like a famous writer. So they're getting sued for it. And this is just a little quote from that article. Superhuman has already decided to discontinue the feature amid significant public backlash because of the feature claiming to be something that it's not. And finally, I have my last quote. Again, just to summarize, there was this primary research experiment that students did that actually, they didn't know how to speak English properly, so when writing assignments, they used Grammarly to properly assist them with helping them write the assignment, and it actually proved really beneficial. So my idea for primary research is to create a human-written essay and an AI-generated essay to determine if high school staff can differentiate between both writings. And they were actually asked 3 questions, but it couldn't fit on the slide. I've said, which writing did you pick between writing 1 or writing 2? What qualities of both writings made you pick writing 1 or writing 2? And because of this experiment, has your concern of generative AI affecting your career increase or decrease, and why or why not? And my material list is I used a computer, a paper for note-taking, and I used Gmail to communicate between staff. And I have my additional considerations for safety precautions. Any questions or concerns will be answered before and after the experiment. And for my data collection, results will be collected in a spreadsheet for each participant. So for my ethical concerns, the details of this project will be sent in an email, and it is the participant's choice to agree to it. When adding the data to my presentation slides, I'll be very vague with identifying who my participants are. I'll be in the room with them as they do the experiment and make sure to answer any questions or concerns that they have. And this experiment only requires reading and verbal response, so it minimizes harm to participants. So I have my hypothesis. If AI creates writing for an assignment to turn in, then the demand for teachers will decrease because teachers will not be needed to teach writing to students. So here's evidence of my primary research. This is just one interview that I took down for my experiment. Those are the 3 questions that I asked and just a few details of the answers. These are both writings that I did. Writing B is the writing that I did, and then writing A was created by ChatGPT, and then it was fixed by Grammarly, and then it was put through a humanizer to make it seem like a student wrote it. So here's my data from my experiment. For the results that I got is that many of the teachers believe that my writing B, was AI, other than writing A, which was actually generated by ChatGPT. So that data kind of surprised me. So my results, my problem statement had been proved correct using the graphs. Some participants couldn't tell the difference between an AI written text and human written text. And based on my research, the answers to my questions are that grammar and punctuation, clarity, and language determines the credibility of a human versus AI written text. And to answer my stakeholders, my findings support that these are key stakeholders because AI is the most used in either teaching or by students and staff. And my hypothesis, the hypothesis that I wrote is semi-correct because depending on the staff member, they believe that teachers will still be needed if AI integrates into schools, but teaching would be much different than what it is now. And for upcoming students who wish to continue the project that I had, I would include other staff members other than teachers and even reach out to authors or proofreaders to get their opinion on AI and writing, kind of like an interview for this project. And for future goals, the conclusion would support my stakeholders' lives is by bringing awareness to a growing issue that could lead to less funding or attention to writers. Here is my reference page. And if you guys have any questions, thank you for listening. Yes, Zoe?
I actually have a question about the writings that you have. Can you talk a little bit about like how you wrote those and what decisions you made when you were selecting what the AI one would be versus what the human one would be?
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the slide. Okay, I decided I was actually in between a mix of different subjects. I was originally going to choose a person to research, but when I was going to generate the little paragraph from ChatGPT, I realized, like one of my quotes said, it's going to create its own quotes and sources, which isn't going to be accurate when I have my own sources, legitimate sources, and the AI has its own made up sources. So it might be easier for teachers to tell the difference between an AI written text versus a human written text. So I decided I'm gonna make it as fair as possible. So I have writing B is mine. There's no quotes or any resources used. It was just straight information, and the same thing with writing A. It was straight information, no quotes, no dates, anything like that, just to make it accurate. Thank you.
All right, my name is Zamarion Wisdom, and this is my Capstone project. First, we'll go over the table of contents. So first will be the introduction, which this is a part of. Next will be the research and planning components. Then literary research from scholarly articles that I went and found. Then the research and ethical standards from our primary research. And then what I found with my research. And then lastly, the conclusion. What is my problem? Consistent exposure to short form videos at home and at school and in public can impact the human body and potentially cause mental diseases and harm everybody in their surrounding communities. I only chose this project because I believe that short-form videos have affected me started throughout the pandemic, and now I do see some effects of short-form video addiction because I can't never stop scrolling on TikTok, and I always got a short attention span. First, my scientific questions. How do short-form videos affect students' completion of schoolwork and studying? How are the effects of short-form videos, which is short attention span, social withdrawal, poor sleep quality? How do they impact somebody's surrounding community? So, how can it impact everybody around you, in our school, your friend group, stuff like that? And then lastly, how can consistent exposure to short-form videos develop mental diseases and affect mental health? Next is my stakeholders, who I believe are affected by this problem, would be children's ages 5 through 11. Hold on. Then high school students that are ages 12 through 18, and then adolescents and college students. The reason I didn't just put a group from age to 5 all the way up to college students is because I believe everybody is affected differently because of how they grow up and how much screen time their parents allow them to have during throughout the day and how often they're allowed to be on social media. They are affected by the effects I said about earlier, but they also get unregulated screen time. So they'll go around, be on their phone, be on the tablets all day. Then in school, everybody's on their phone, even though we're not supposed to be. But I can't lie, I do it too, so I don't got nothing to say about that. And then college students have to stare at screens all day to study and then do their schoolwork, go find information online, stuff like that. The companies that are indirectly affected would be ByteDance, which is one of TikTok's parent companies now, because now there's several since TikTok had got bought out by U.S. companies. Next would be Meta, which is the parent company of Instagram and Facebook. And then lastly would be teachers, because I believe that teachers, if students are constantly on their phones all day, showing signs of short attention span, it messes up their lesson plans, and then they have to take time, reschedule everything that they already had scheduled out for their class, and then have to go through and replan stuff, which is eventually pushing stuff back, or they won't be able to get to a certain subject in their classes. Next is my literary research. First thing that I found was a questionnaire that was sent out to over 200 students with the open-ended questions. The questionnaires gave significant information about how, as time spent on short-form videos increased, academic performance, particularly in the 12th grade assessments, exhibited a noteworthy decline. My next scholarly article, I put a quote from it that says, social media usage have dangerous effects for your younger generation because problems related to mental health, which gets developed during the young period, can act as an epidemic for any individuals throughout their life. My next scholarly article, in a recent case that was filed back in April, it was against two indirectly stakeholders that I listed earlier, which was Meta and it was Google and Meta. They had found out that Google and Meta was liable for $3 million worth of damages that was related to mental health damages of the person that filed the lawsuit. And it had started from all the way back into their single-digit ages days to where they had began developing mental diseases and their body started to be affected over time. And then this is the quote that I found from the article that was related to the case. The plaintiff in the case, referred to as KGM or Kaylee, was awarded $3 million in damages. The 20-year-old said that she became addicted to social media at a young age, which exacerbated her mental health issues. She began using YouTube at age 6 and met her own Instagram at age 9. And then another recent article that I have found, it was a New York Times article that students were asked about how they feel about the usage of technology in school. And one student shared that the use of Chromebooks wasn't exactly a terrible idea. And I mean, pretty convenient to be able to have something to help you with catching up or organizing your work. But having to stare at screens for around 7 to 6 or 7 to 8 hours alone could probably be straining to your eyes and possibly cause a lack of attention span. Now, I resonate with this quote because yesterday I just had to do my AP exam, stared at the computer for 3 hours, and my eyes were strained when I got home all day. Now, next is my research and ethical standards. My research proposal. To verify the data from the scholarly articles, I decided that it was the best to collect the data myself. So I went around and did observations in different classrooms. I did 2 classrooms from each grade. But for 12th grade, I did mixed classes because 12th graders are allowed to have their phones on them. So it wouldn't be fair if I was to go look at the 12th grade class and say, oh, look, the whole class got their phone out. But then I also sent out a survey that asked some questions on it. Not all of them were as important as one of them that I really wanted to answer to, which I will go over. My hypothesis. I predicted that when I was observing, I would find that the 9th graders were using their phones more during the class than the 10th through 12th graders also. Students may try to hide their phones during the observation. Next was my ethical standards. To ensure that everyone agrees to being observed, there will be a verbal announcement before I began observing. If anyone was not okay with being observed, I won't observe. That class, to respect the wishes of everybody. And then the data I collected will not be shared with anybody other than myself or maybe my teacher if needed, but that's highly unlikely. Next was my research findings. Now, all the collected data from the classes that I observed, I found that I observed 108 students in total, and then I found that around 47 students were on their phones during the classes, so that's like a little under 50% of the students in their classes that were using their phones when they're not supposed to. Students off their devices was around 60, or was 60, so that means 48 was on their phone. And then there was actually about 55 students that were showing signs of short-form video addiction. But one thing that I did note that it was about 6 students that did show physical signs of short-form video addiction, like physical stimming, which you see like developing in some people that do have autism. So that could lead to that. And then next was one of the questions from my surveys that I found most important. I got 36 responses out of my survey in general, but the main question that I wanted to answer to was, do you see or do your surrounding peers show any signs of short-form video addiction? 19.4% of people said no, which was about at least 4. And then 80% of the responses said yes, that they see that their peers show signs of short-form video addiction. Next is my conclusion. With the evidence that I collected and personally with the help from external sources, I can confidently say that the influence that social media has indeed affects students. Completion of schoolwork, I concluded that consistent exposure to short-form videos can develop mental diseases and affect one's mental health. But in the end, I did not have enough information to say how the effects of short-form videos can impact our surrounding community. It's not on the slide because I did not put it on there. My hypothesis was proven wrong because it was 36% of 9th grader students who were on their phone. But out of the 12th grader students that I have observed, it was 7 of them that were on their phones. So 50%, 36, y'all can do your math. But I strongly stand by the key stakeholders that I listed before and will not be making any changes at this current moment. And when I go to college, I believe I will continue to research this as it's a part of my decided major that I will have to do a capstone in college. So the moment I get to college, I may just start doing research immediately. Maybe not, I may do a different project. But I believe I'll continue to research this through pure interest to see if others' effects of social media can other effects of social media be seen physically on the human body. If you decide to do a similar topic for your capstone, I highly advise that you observe your primary stakeholders. It genuinely was a great help to me because I can't go online, send surveys to people, and then have genuine answers because I won't be able to confirm it myself. Seeing it with my own eyes did make me believe what I was researching. So I do highly advise that you do that. And it will offer the best level of data and understanding in the long run. These are my first slides of references, or my first page. And this is my second. Any questions? Zoe. Zoe.
I have a question about the physical signs of the social media addiction, the short form video addiction. What were those symptoms you were looking for? Like what behaviors or actions were you looking for when you were doing that observation?
Physical stimulus, stuff like tapping on your desk constantly, or you just see them like tapping their foot, or probably scratching at themselves a lot. It's like signs that you know that somebody is that they have some type of mental disease going on with them, but you cannot pinpoint it because there are a lot of different diseases that do involve physical stimulus. So I was looking for signs like that, tapping, not being able to keep still, short attention span, stuff like that.
I can start? Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Brendaja. And before I start, how many of you guys are a part of any youth programs? Okay. We'll go ahead and get right to it. And my project is called Youth Voice in Action. And so here's my agenda for today. We have me outlining the problem, my investigation, and my results and conditions. For my problem statement, I said that although youth are often included in programs and councils meant to give them a voice, their input is not always meaningfully considered in decision-making. As a result, youth participation can become more for show rather than having an effective impact. So here's my scientific questions. Number 1 is, how does age bias affect adults' perception of youth intelligence and decision-making ability? How does giving adolescents a role in decision-making impact brain development related to leadership and responsibility? And why do group dynamics in mixed age settings often lead to youth opinions being overlooked or undervalued? For my 5 stakeholders, I have the youth. Since they're involved in these programs and these decisions affect their lives, opportunities, and futures, the program leaders that run these programs, the UPSM administrators such as Jerry, Ms. Hubble, Ms. Robinson, and local organizations that work with after-school programs, since they work directly with students, and parents and guardians, because these opportunities affect their child and wanting to participate more so in the future. So for my supporting research, I have that young people often speak their minds and bring a fresh perspective to organizational decision-making, and pretty much the rest summarized how youth are capable contributors when it comes to decision-making, but social norms such as them not being adults makes it very hard for them to get their ideas across, And for my second supporting research, it says that there's a reason leadership skills develop most effectively during adolescence, and the brain does not fully mature until at least 25. And the last 3 talks about how youth often are more willingly to give their opinions and ideas in like their own friend group, makes them less nervous or awkward. And now for my primary research, I decided to do a survey and an interview, which is on Google Forms, and their consent is already applied through that, so they're doing it. And I tested it on a small group of people first, and then I saved it all to a file. And then for my interviews, it's semi-structured with follow-up questions, and I collected all verbal consent from participants on audio recording, and I took notes, and the place was to be determined because I know a lot of people have things to do, so whatever classroom was quiet is where I pretty much did it. So for my survey procedure, I created questions. Again, I tested it out on a small group of people. I sent it out to everybody email at first, and then I decided a more effective way to get my responses was to go into different classes and politely ask them to do my survey. And I transferred all the responses to Google Sheets. So for my interview procedure, I created questions again, and I selected students and teachers, but I didn't get a chance to do teachers, so I just did the students. And again, I used a quiet classroom because it depended on the time, and I recorded those interviews. And as you can see here are my survey questions. I based it on a strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. And then for my interview questions, these were the ones I selected for the students to answer. And here's my ethical considerations. I'll make sure that the survey is the participant's choice, no pressure, and then once they decide to do it, I'll then explain my purpose as to why they're doing the survey. And for privacy, it'll be anonymous. The data will only be used for my project, and they'll be aware that their responses are being used for my project. My challenges and solutions were getting enough participants, because everybody be skipping everybody's survey now, so which is why my solution to that was to spread my survey out and ask people to do my survey. Another thing was biased responses, and which is why I created neutral questions so it wouldn't be biased, and no distractions, because when there's distractions, it makes people not finish the survey. So, and for my data integrity, I'll be collecting all honest data, include all the results, and no changing any answers. And for my hypothesis, I said that the participants will say that students are more likely to participate in school decision-making when they believe their opinions are taken seriously by adults. Many students feel that although schools ask for their opinions, their input does not significantly influence decisions. And I feel like based on the students, they weren't going to say much, so kind of. So here's my data analysis / the results. So for my survey, we got a lot of neutral responses, and I feel as though maybe I shouldn't have added the neutral responses because I figured this would happen. But I seen a lot of fours in it, so it wasn't too bad. So it says that the data suggests students believe there are some opportunities to share their opinions. However, many may feel those opportunities are limited or not fully effective. And here are some of my responses to the short response. And some responses emphasize that students want to see actions taken after they share their ideas. And students also suggested more ways to participate, like surveys, polls, suggestion boxes, voting systems, meetings. I think a lot of communication on there too. And here are some of my responses from my interview. I couldn't get the audio, so I just used quotes from what was said. Many students hesitate to speak up when it comes to giving out ideas because they don't want to feel like their idea is wrong or it's embarrassing or ignored. And responses show that whether student voices matter, it depends on the staff because staff could have a different opinion on their ideas. And some responses suggested that adults sometimes choose ideas based on the convenience to them or what they believe is best, which again causes students to feel ignored or like they'll say it, they'll do something and just not do it. And some students said that their ideas were, again, partially included in decisions, which made them feel proud and involved. So for my first quote, this was the first person I had interviewed, said that in her experience, adults would explain that some ideas were more heard than others because it was more convenient for them or because they thought it was the better idea. And the second one was, I think that communication is just pretty much a problem. Said that nobody has good communication anymore, which, again, plays a big role. And here's my conclusion. Overall, the interviews and surveys suggest that students want their voices heard, but they also want clear communication, respect, and evidence that their input matters. Many students said schools should again improve communication, listen more carefully to students' concerns, and clearly explain decisions or changes and why they don't want to go with their idea, just so they'll know. Again, several responses suggested that students feel their ideas are ignored or pushed aside instead of being considered for actual change within the school. And the findings suggest that schools can strengthen students' voice by improving communication, involving students in decisions, and showing that student input can lead to meaningful action and change. And here are my next steps. So if somebody were to continue with my project, I feel like they should expand more, not just on their school, but more like as a whole. I would also recommend to use the data to identify like the main areas where students want improvements, such as communication, involvement, and decision-making, and encourage better and stronger communication between the students and teachers, and explain why ideas are accepted or rejected, and share the survey and interview with students, teachers, or administration, or all together. And here is my first reference page. And then here's my second reference page. And that's it. Any questions? Zoe?
Maybe I just missed this just now, but how does this help you after graduation? What does this mean for you post-high school?
What it means for me is that I'm not used to programs where they ask you for an idea and they like take it into consideration. So I want to join, because I'm going to MSU in the fall, and I would like to join programs around student voice, like a student government class or a student council. And I feel like if I'm going to join, then my ideas should be taken into consideration just as any other adult. Any more questions? Thank you.
Ms. Rayshun, and my project is how does the performance and necessities of a gas car and an EV car differentiate? So this is my agenda, my problem statement, my hypothesis, my primary research, secondary research, ethical standards, scientific questions, results, stakeholders, and references. So my hypothesis is EVs can reduce emissions compared to gas vehicles, but not all people trust them yet. Some people don't like the fact that they have to charge their vehicle, while others can refuel quickly. Also, gas vehicles are usually cheaper upfront. So my problem statement is people in cities, rural areas, and on highways struggle to decide between the EV or gas car, especially when buying a new one or when gas prices rise. This happens because electric cars cost more, there aren't enough charging stations, and some people don't fully trust them yet. My primary research will compare how people view EVs and gas cars based on cost, convenience, reliability, and performance. The goal is to see which type of vehicle works better for people in different situations. So this is my secondary research. Basically, accumulatively, the primary or the secondary research is saying that like EVs can reduce emissions and energy use compared to gas vehicles. Electric vehicles often have higher costs upfront, but lower operating costs, which make them competitive over time. And most daily driving in the U.S. can already be done with EVs, showing that they are practical for everyday use. So these are my scientific questions. How does temperature affect the performance of EV cars versus gas cars? How does the charging cost of an EV compare to a car refueling over time? How do EV and gas cars affect the air quality in areas? How does the availability of charging stations compared to gas stations affect how convenient EVs and gas cars are for drivers? And how often do you have to tune up gas-powered vehicles compared to EVs? So my stakeholders are car owners and drivers, car manufacturers, government and policymakers, environmental organizations, and energy providers. My ethical standards are everybody will be told the purpose and can stop anytime. No names will be shared unless volunteered. Recording honest data. No physical or emotional risk, and some people may not respond, so I'll ask multiple groups and use online surveys. I got to go back to that. But these my survey results. Overall, it seemed like people would like EV cars, but they don't fully trust them yet, and that it might not be enough charging stations near them currently, or it may be too expensive. For my experiment, I used the energy cost calculator for vehicles. So gas cars use gasoline and cost less to run in this data, while EVs use electricity and have higher operating costs here. However, EVs reduce gas use and can be better for the environment long term. So for my conclusion, EVs and gas cars both have their advantages, but they differ in fuel use, cost, and environmental impact. Gas cars are cheaper to operate in this data, but EVs eliminate gas use and support long-term sustainability. This shows that while gas cars may be more practical now, EVs are better long-term solution depending on the situation. For my next steps, one challenge I faced was understanding and comparing the data for the EVs and gas cars, but I got better at organizing and explaining it. This project helped me grow by improving my research skills and making me think more about like real world issues and the costs and how bad like the emissions were and how bad they affect the environment. So I could expand on this by looking at how many charging stations are available in my area or the long-term cost of gas or electricity. This connects my future because I'm interested in technology and problem solving in vehicles after graduation. This is my reference page. And any questions? Zoe. Zoe.
So I actually have a question about how you did surveys and interviews, right?
I did surveys, and I did an experiment.
An experiment. Okay. So my question is, if a student next year wanted to continue a project, is there a different type of experiment or a different method of research that you think would be helpful to build on your project?
I mean, I feel like the best way you could probably do my project is using actual vehicles, because that's the best way you could get the most accurate information. I use the calculator because obviously I don't got the real vehicles to compare each other with. So, yeah. That's it. Oh, can. I ain't gonna lie, I could barely hear you.
You said you couldn't hear him? Oh, you don't.
I can't really hear him.
Oh, he was asking what the long-term cost of maintenance on EV cars is compared to gas cars.
I actually don't know. Well, actually, let me go back to my experiments. So, annual emissions for EVs, you can see that it's like farther than the gas. Fuel use, gas, obviously. Is this answering your question, Cam? But up front, EVs are usually around like 55,000, and gas cars are around like 45. Is that it? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Glass. I am class of 2026, and my capstone project will be about the impact of animation on audiences and education. This is my agenda. I'll be talking about the overview, I'll be outlining the problem, I'll be talking about my investigation, and give you my results and conclusion. My overview. My problem statement. Many professional animators begin as fine artists. However, the exact impact of traditional fine art training, such as drawing, painting, and sculpture, on animation creativity isn't well documented at the student level. Understanding this relationship can help future art students plan their skill development effectively. Outlining the problem. These are my scientific questions. How does fine art skills, such as drawing, composition, and color theory, influence animation work? How does fine art training help in character design, storyboarding, and visual development? And my last one is, what challenges in blending fine art techniques with digital animation? My stakeholders. My primary stakeholders is fine artists, the ones who make and set up the styles. My second primary stakeholders are media producers, the ones who showcase these styles. My first secondary stakeholders are professional animators, the ones who animate the styles. And my second secondary stakeholders are students, the ones who view these styles. My investigation. These are my first set of secondary research. They all like talk about how animation in high school will like put like a benefit and a significance for like students who are interested in art and design. These are my second set. These talk about how students' experiences with art will like help them more efficiently and more beneficial for like future plans such as animation. And then these are my last set where like it's like they kind of like talk about both. So yeah. My primary research. I'll give out digital surveys and make observations for students who specifically take that class to ask them about their current experiences in their art class and how they will respond if a lesson about animation was added and how it would change their experience about the class. My ethical standards. Consent of participants will be their own decision to make, such as names and responses. The survey will not ask any personal questions, and participants will not be forced to take the survey if they don't want to. My hypothesis. If a student receives formal training and fine art skills, such as drawing, composition, and color theory, then their animation work will demonstrate higher levels of creativity and technical proficiency in character design and storyboarding compared to those without such training, because foundational art techniques directly enhance the visual development process in digital media. My results in conclusion. These are some of the survey responses that I have gathered, mostly like the graphs, and the bar graphs. And you can see the questions for what I said in the survey. These are some of the responses for the other three questions that were in the survey. And then these are my observations. My first one was small groups. Most students tend to not take an art class in high school, which causes very small classes. So for me, if animation was like a lesson in high school, I feel like there would be like more students taking art if they're interested in doing animation. The art class was also a quiet workspace. Not many interactions were being made between students due to how small it is. But if there was animation in that class, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of interactions between students. And interesting projects. Some projects I've seen students working on were interesting to look at, but I feel like people will do like have a lot more work when it comes to animation. These are my first part of conclusions. I've using all the research that I've gathered, I've answered my top 3 scientific questions. For the first one, I found out that strong drawing skills ensure structural integrity and dynamic improved movement. Composition techniques guide the viewer's eye and create narrative focus, and color theory sets the mood, scene atmosphere, and character psychology. For my second one, I found out fine art training provides foundational skills in anatomy, composition, lighting, and perspective, which are essential for creating believable and compelling characters, storyboards, and visual worlds. And for my last scientific question, I found out it primarily revolves around reconciling the tactical imperfect nature of analog media with the precise, often sterile environment of digital software. My second part of my conclusion, with all the analysis from my secondary research, service responses for my primary research, and observations I gathered, they very much proved my hypothesis correct, and there were no mistakes or flaws within my analysis. And the third part of my conclusion, other results and evidence such as my scientific questions also supported both my hypothesis and my prior statement by connecting in multiple and unique different ways. My next steps. My plans for the future is to become a professional artist and animator. Doing this project helped me learn a lot about how to analyze, gather resources, and conduct my own research. I've been doing art and drawing for almost my entire life, and it's my core talent. So I want to give other students who are interested in art an opportunity to learn something as beneficial as animation while having to go to college if they're not planning on to. The same goes for other college majors. These are my references, my first set, and then these are my non-scholarly references. Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Owens?
Christian, can you do me a favor and go back to your data? Do you mind going over some of those results for us?
Can you talk about these a little bit? Like, what were the answers you got? What did you find?
It's like most people in the art class kind of supported my idea of about animation, and like I got 15 total responses, but 5 of them were kind of like what I needed to use as research. Zoe?
I had a question about future capstone projects. So when you think about this project, what could somebody do in the future, like maybe next year, to continue your project? How should they go about looking at this problem next year?
They should probably like not stick to like one school and look at multiple high schools that also have like an art class within them and see what other students think about it. Any other questions?
Okay. Hi guys, my name is Mackenzie, and my capstone project is about if background music can improve task persistence in teenagers. My type of contents will be focusing on outlining the problem, the investigation, results, and conclusion. My problem statement is teens sometimes struggle to stick with boring or repetitive tasks, and music might make tasks more enjoyable and extend persistence. This problem could affect them in school and maybe even their personal lives. My scientific questions are: what genre of music makes people focus more? How does your mind develop in your teenage years? And how does music affect the mind? And how does music help the mind focus? Um, My primary stakeholders are teenagers, high school students, and teachers because students are affected by if they can listen to music or not while doing schoolwork, and teachers also are highly influenced by that. And my secondary stakeholders are colleges and parents because they get the grades that the students produce. My scholarly articles, this first one talks about during their experiment, mind watering reports decreased, but task focused reports increased when music was playing in the background. Um, this one talks about how when teenagers match the melodies of the mental demands of their homework, it often unconsciously creates a personal learning rhythm that enhances their ability to concentrate. Um, Background music has shown promise to influence cognitive performance and creating a conductive learning atmosphere, and understanding how background music affects students' cognitive processes can contribute to development of effective strategies for enhancing attention. Um, Results from their experiment show a decreased error rate for relaxing music, but when the music stopped playing, um, they lost focus. This one talks about how when background music was playing, extroverts had show a higher focus rate than introverts. And this one talks about how adolescents experience marked changes in social and emotional and cognitive processes that ultimately enable them to attain adult roles and responsibilities, and significant changes in brain structure and function have been identified during this period of adolescence. The alterations during adolescence can lead to vulnerability and adjustments, and adolescence is also a time of increased emotional reactivity. During this period, the social environment is changing such that more time is spent with peers versus adults, and more conflict arises between the adolescents. This one talks about how listening to music can be rewarding and have positive effects on the regulatory functions in children and adolescents. This one basically just talks about how music can help reduce stress and promote a more positive mindset. And my last article talks about how slow beat music enhances the efficiency of attentional orienting and the ability to focus. For my primary research proposal, I'll be sending out a survey asking people about their music listening habits, the type of music they listen to, how they feel about music in a classroom, and their learning styles. I will also be conducting interviews, and I'll be asking a number of participants to questions about stress factors in their life and how music in school help or not. My ethical standards. Participation will be voluntary. Participants will sign a consent form, and survey answers will be anonymous, and participants will not be forced to answer any questions that make them feel uncomfortable. My hypothesis is background music will improve cognitive performance in teenagers, but depending on the type of work that's given, focus levels won't be improved. These are my survey results. The most amount of people that did my survey was 17 to 18 years old, and then 19 to 20 plus. Mostly seniors did my survey and teachers. 67.7% of people said they listen to music often, and 29% said not often, but sometimes. The genre of music that's listened to the most is R&B and hip hop. 51.6% of people said they do feel focused when they are listening to music, and 32.3% said maybe, and 16.1% said no. And the genre of music that makes people relax the most is R&B. 51.6% of people said that lyrics do matter when they listen to music, and 22.6% said no. Maybe. And 77.4% people said they prefer to listen to music through headphones, and 16.1 said speaker, and 16.5 said it depends on the time and place. The genre of music that I listen to the most is R&B and soul, and pop and hip hop was second. And the genre of music that helps people calm down the most is R&B and soul and hip hop. These are the results from my survey. Most of my participants said school and work are big stress factors in their life. Everybody said that they listen to music every day. And a couple participants said rap, but most of my participants said R&B helps calm them down. Some of my participants said yes, that they feel focused when teachers play music, and some said no. And the type of work that stresses them out the most are project, tests, and essays. And my participants are both frustrated and stressed by schoolwork and teachers. These are my answer scientific questions. The genre of music that helps people focus the most is R&B, and the mind in your teenage years is very impressionable and more likely to be affected by peers, parents, teachers, and etc. And music helps stimulate the mind, which can be helpful when doing work and can help increase focus. I would say that my hypothesis was proven right because music helped improve cognitive skills in teenagers, but depending on the work that they was given, they did not feel more focused. My conclusion. My plans after high school is I will be attending college, and then I will start studying psychology and then become a child psychologist. And this project helped me to learn the importance of understanding the adolescent's brains, and it taught me skills of studying how people's environments affect their mind. And some advice I would give to anyone who might want to do this project is to do an experiment where students do work where they listen to different types of music. These are my references. Any questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you for waiting. My question is about student stressors. So on your chart that showed what kind of assignments stress them out, it was evenly split between those 3 assignments. Why do you think those are the 3 assignments that stress students out the most, and how do you think music could help them with those assignments?
Well, I think like projects are very stressful because they might have to present them and they might have to do a lot of research. So listening to music might help them focus and get good research. And for tests can be really stressful if you didn't study. And what was the other one? Essays. Um, I know for me when writing essays, it kind of takes me a long time because I don't really be focused. So the music can help stimulate them to know what they're writing about and what they need to write about.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, good morning, guys. My name is Jamiyah, and for my Capstone project, I'm going to be talking about the power of style. For my agenda, I'm going to be talking about my problem statement, scientific questions, and stakeholders, and also more throughout my project. For my problem statement, I said many people have a hard time feeling confident in expressing themselves when they don't have access to the right hair care service, tools, or products for their type of hair. This problem can get worse depending on where someone's live, how much money they have, or what resources are available in the community. For my scientific questions, I asked, how does social media influence teenagers' confidence in hair and appearance? How does feeling confident about your hair affect how you interact with others? In what way does getting a new hairstyle influence a student's confident mood in a school environment? For my stakeholders, I said social media companies because they can be affected because of their platform, influence beauty standards, and how teens feel about their appearance. I also said teachers or school staffs. Students' confidence often leads to higher academic engagement or more positive classroom behavior. Teachers also plays a role in reinforces a student's self-image through perceptions of a student's grooming or professional appearance. I also said parents and family members, they are served and they are affected by the student's emotional state at home. I also said teenagers, high school students, they are directly affected because many care about their hair appearance, which can impact their confidence. Hair professionals also because they help people feel confident with their hair and see how hairstyles affect self-esteem. For my supporting research, I said getting a new hairstyle is a powerful way for students to build confidence and express who they are at school. For many, hair is a big part of their identity and culture. And changing it can act as a fresh start that improves their mood and self-image. When a students feel good about their hair, they are often more willing to participate in class, take on leadership roles, and interact with others. For my primary research, I did a survey during crew, interviews during lunch and crew. For my short breakdown, for my survey, unknown students responded, questions about hairstyle confidence, mood, and how students interact with others at school. I focused on how students feel before and after getting or styling their hair in a way they like. Anonymous response collected through an online survey, tested with 3 to 5 students first to make sure the questions were clear and not too long. And for my interviews, basically it was the same thing. For my ethical considerations, all participations will be part voluntarily and can stop at any time. No names or personal information will be collected to keep responses anonymous. And yeah. For my hypothesis, if teenagers feel confident about their hair after getting a hairstyle they like, they will have a higher self-confidence, a better mood, and interact more with others at school. Okay, for my survey, this is my evidence. For this question, I asked how often people change their hairstyle. The results show that 43.3% said they change their hair often, 26.7% said sometimes, and 20% said very often, and 10% said rarely. This tells me that most students change their hair regularly, which could be because they want to express themselves, follow trends, or feel more confident. This connects to my project because it shows that hair is more than just an appearance. It's something people use to improve their confidence and express who they are. And for this question, I asked students to rate their confidence about their hair from 1 to 5. Most students feel confident with 50% rating at 4, 10% rating at 5, another 30% rated at 3, showing moderate confidence, and 10% rated at 2. No one selected 1. So this also shows that most students feel confident about their hair, which support my idea that hair plays an important role in confidence and how students feel at school. And for my last question, I asked, how does a new hairstyle affect your mood or confidence? Most students, 53% said new hairstyle causes a moderate improvement in their mood or confidence, while 26.7% reported a slight improvement, and 16.7% said it's caused by a big improvement. Only 3.3% said it had no effect, so this also shows that it plays an important role in hair. And these are my results altogether. And for my conclusion, I said hair is more than just an appearance. It's a way students express who they are in their culture. When a student feels good about their hair, they feel better overall and are more likely to participate and engage at school. Not everyone has equal access to hair care service or products due to cost, locations, or resources. When a students have access to the right hair care and feels accepted for their style, their confidence grows and so does their potential. And I also did my interviews, and these are my interviews results. I asked, can you describe a time when you got a new hairstyle, and how did it make you feel? One said, got box braids before school started and felt refreshed and more confident. Two said, felt pretty and more confident after getting bangs. And three said, felt more mature, confident after getting my slick back. I also asked, how does your hair affect your confidence at school or with friends? One said, when my hair is not done, I don't be wanting to be bothered, but when it is done, I like to be involved. Two said, it makes me not want to do anything when my hair is not done. When my hair is done, I wouldn't mind doing things. And three said, when my hair is done at school or with my friends, I feel confident. I also asked, do you feel like your hairstyle represents your personality or culture? One said yes, two said yes, also three said yes because it showed their style. And I also asked, how does social media posts about hair or beauty influence the way you feel about your hair? One said social media gives me inspiration sometimes. Two said social media can create beauty standards. And three said social media give hairstyle inspirations and tips. I asked, have you noticed any changes in how people treat you after getting a new hairstyle? One said, receive more confidence and attention. Two said, get compliments after changing my hairstyles. And three said, they also notice compliments. I asked, how does feeling good about your hair affects the way you participate in class or school activities? Participates more and feel comfortable speaking up. Two said, feels more comfortable participating. And three also said, I participate more without worrying about my appearance. I asked, if you could give advice to someone struggling to feel confident about their hair, what would you say? One said, don't compare yourself to others. Two said, ignore negative opinions from others. And three said, find the style you like and embrace it. I also said, what does having a hairstyle mean to you personally? One said it means confident and self-expression. Two said it increased happiness and confidence. Three said it means I'm confident showing what type of style I like. How often do you change your hairstyle and why? Every few months to try different looks. Two said like every 2 weeks. And three said I like to change my hairstyle every 2 weeks, but it really depends on if the hairstyle can last. And the last question I asked, does your hairstyle affect your mood or how you feel about yourself? All said yes. For my next step, I plan to expand this project by looking at larger and more diverse groups of students to better understand how different hair types, cultures, and backgrounds can influence confidence. I also want to use what I learned to help others feel more self-assured and comfortable expressing themselves. This project connects to future careers in beauty, cosmetology, and mentoring because it shows how hairstyles can have a positive impact on self-esteem and daily life. And here go my reference. Most of them talks about how hairstyles affect confidence, trends, and self-expressions among college students and teenagers, parents also too. Here go the rest, and it's more. And that's it. Any questions? That's it. Go ahead, Zoe.
So I have a question about like who responded to your survey / your interviews. Did you talk to people with mostly like type 4 hair, type 3 hair, or did you try to get like more diverse responses? Like were you looking for a specific like texture or structure of hair for your interviewees?
No, I was just interviewing everybody. That's what it was.
So when you were doing those interviews then, did you notice a difference between people's responses if they had different hair types?
Yeah.
Can you expand on that? Like what kind of differences were there?
Some people like different styles. They told me how they like different styles. Some people like braids. Some people don't. They just got different styles, and they would just talk about how different and how it showed their style. What they use. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. That's it. That's it. Okay.
Okay, well, can everybody hear me first of all? Yes, no, maybe so? Okay, is this better? Okay, so my name is Amya and my capstone is titled Art Affecting the Mind. This is my agenda. We're gonna be going over this stuff. My problem statement is high stress environments can cause the brain to release cortisol, a chemical in the brain that affects memory, emotions, and clear thinking. This can lead to issues such as anxiety, sadness, and difficulty concentrating. And people who have experienced trauma, it can be very difficult to manage. My scientific questions are, how can art therapy aid as a coping mechanism for stress and trauma? What correlation is there between certain mediums of art and certain mental health conditions? How can a singular art piece or project have differing effects on different emotional states? My stakeholders are parents and guardians because they are the family support system, teens 14 through 19 because they go through youth maturity influences and youth life experiences, traditional art therapists and regular art therapists because they advocate for patient care, and adults working/living because they go through adult life and responsibilities. This is my first document. The first part at the top, it talks about the brain structure and how art therapy takes advantage of how our brain works in order for it to work. And the next one states that participation in art activities or clinical art interventions can reduce physical symptoms and improve mental health. We're going to go over teens and adolescents. The first one is talking about they took a whole bunch of teens who had trauma and like different mental health issues, and they had them create art. And this one is stating art may illustrate differences in narrative expression during different stages of trauma and recovery, confirming previous studies implementing verbal storytelling. It gave them a voice to personal meaning of lived experiences through the eyes of a survivor and the capacity to reflect to help their trauma recovery. And this is what type of mental issues teens go through. 42.7 of teens reported to have at least one mental health problem. 9% reported depression, 13.9% suicide rates, 23% had substance or abused substance, and 13.5 reported anxiety, and 18.6 had ADHD. We're going to talk about the adults now. Small studies shows that there is some evidence that art therapy interventions are effective in reducing trauma symptoms and anxiety. Art therapy for adults and found mostly in positive evidence. It was actually shown that art therapy actually does work, but when I was doing my research, I couldn't find a lot on it because people don't document it as much. Workplace stress. Workplace stress is trauma-focused organizations is mainly caused by poor organizational structure, not by the work itself. High-stress workplaces lack clear leadership, defined roles, and professional boundaries, creating chaotic environments that mirror clients' trauma experiences and increase staff stress. That's also what the bottom one is supporting. Student stress is also like that because I feel like students have more stress because they deal with a lot more people on a day-to-day basis, especially within friend groups, and people act differently, and as well as the school and everything being unorganized. My primary research, I will be using a survey to see if participants exhibit stress and trauma. From the outcome of those surveys, I will pick 8 participants to partake in a focus/observation art therapy group. Participants will make art with construction paper using the shape and crumble method. Then I will give a short explanation on what they made. These are the pictures up there that they made. If you don't know what the shape and crumble method is, if they liked a color, say if it was red, they would cut out a simple shape of that color. If they did not like red, they would cut a small piece of that paper and crumble it up and stick it to their board. My ethical standards. I will ask confirming questions and let them know what data will be collected in the process. Notify them that their faces and names will not be used, but their art will be showcased. I will use questions I know best fit for the groups I am doing research on. I will also use honest responses from my participants. My project will not cause physical harm and will aid in a resource to help control/understand mental state. My hypothesis is if participants do art therapy, then it helps manage their stress and trauma because they learn to regulate their emotions as well as understand them. This is, I gave out basically 2 different surveys. The first survey that I gave out was to the adults. It was for trauma because adults, they've lived longer than us and they go through different experiences, like stated before. For the teens, I did a stress survey, and these are just to compare the differences. Out of all of, I have 3, but I'm gonna explain this one. The question was, have you ever been in any situation where you feared that you might be killed or seriously injured? The yeses are higher than the no's, so yes. Teens being super alert or on guard or constantly on the lookout for danger. I took the people who said yes from all of the surveys, from both surveys, and I put who best fit into the 2 groups who participated in this activity. These are their artworks. I'm going to explain darkness. The artist said that he cut out the shape because he thought that it represents black is such a powerful color and has so many different meanings, and he thought that it needed to be honored. There is another piece on the back, but it's just a circle. Mythical Negro, you can see how his skin is crumbled up. It was from the individual being insecure about their skin color, and their hair is also crumbled up a little bit, as well as their face. They were very insecure about how they looked and their race, basically. But it's not all crumbled up because as this person matured, they found confidence within themselves. I'm going to explain basic shapes. This person was trying to connect how the human body is basically math, and they just did fun little shapes because they thought it was fun. My conclusion, also connecting to my scientific questions. In my research, I found out that art does help in aiding stress/trauma and emotions or thoughts, not only in negatives, but people also use art to show what they love or like about certain things. I also found out that giving a simple project is better than giving an advanced one or something that uses a skill that not everyone has. It impacts their confidence of the work that they've done. And yes, different art and projects have different effects on emotional states of a person due to the person being able to relate to the message of the work or not even being able to understand them. For the second question, I went to a art therapist group session thing, and I was observing when I was there, the lady had them do embroidery, which was like sewing in a little tiny felt piece of cloth or whatever. And not everybody knew how to sew, so like they were getting discouraged and they didn't want to be there anymore. Long story short, a lot of people left. Next step. For future capstones, if somebody wanted to continue my project, I recommend sending 2 of the same surveys to both adults and teens or focusing on one group or the other, because at the end I had a lot of information that I couldn't use because it didn't correlate all the way with what I was trying to do. Or they can focus on a different topic, not just stress. They can focus on something more positive. For my next steps, I learned that people use art to cope. It's just not documented. I also learned that I depend on art more than anything else when it comes to expressing myself. The changes that I want to make is making more art and expressing my raw thoughts without worrying, because it's this thing where I'll make stuff and people will interpret it in the wrong way, and I'll be like, well, I'll just scrap it. But if my thoughts and intentions are pure, why do I have to scrap something that I made because they have inappropriate thoughts about things that I've made? My next steps, I'm going to Michigan State University, and after I graduate, I will be a vet technician. I also want to be an entrepreneur and sell my own art within the galleries. I still wanted to, dibble and dabble in art therapy because I feel like it could be useful as I use it almost every day. And these are my reference pages. We made it to the end. Yes, Miss Owens.
Hi, Maya. I just wanted to ask, what were your feelings after getting these results from your participants?
Oh, based on their pictures or like their survey answers? Cause
No, the actual art pieces.
okay, well, oops. I actually enjoyed hearing like the stories behind all of them, especially Mythical Negro. I was like, oh my God, I would have never thought of that. As well as the basic shapes and the beauty of nature. And since I interviewed these people and they explained their pictures, it was like I got to know these people on a deeper level or like hear more about their stories that they don't usually tell people because nobody usually asks, or like it's not the first question that comes to mind when they talk to a person. Yes, Zoe?
So you are an artist before this project, and you want to continue art afterward. What changes in your art? You mentioned like not worrying about what other people think when you make your art, but like what else changes in how you do your process or how you're thinking about art after doing all this research?
Probably like, cause when I usually make my art, I don't usually write what it's about on the back or explain. Like if you walk up to me and ask, I can explain. But just in case if I'm not there, especially if I'm selling within art galleries, I would start putting like a little card that explains what it is or like how it helped me, basically. Yay!
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Shayla Lindsey, and today I'll be presenting my project, Teen Mental Health. So first, I just want to ask a question, like two questions. You can just raise your hand. Who here has witnessed how pressure from school, social media, or life can affect teenagers? Okay. Raise your hand if you ever wanted to help a teenager but didn't know exactly what to say or like how to go about it. Okay. So, my problem statement is many teens struggle with mental health problems like anxiety and depression, and these problems are often ignored or misunderstood. When teens do not get help, it can affect their schoolwork, relationships, and overall health. These are my scientific questions. How does stress influence anxiety and depression in teenagers? How does peer pressure influence mental health and decisions making in teens? Why are teenagers more vulnerable to stress and emotional changes than adults? Okay, so ignore that next step. I kind of tried to update it and it was kind of too late. But for my primary stakeholders, I chose teens, friends, and individuals with mental health. Secondary, I chose parents, teachers, and mental health. So, primary stakeholders are teens and friends and people struggle with mental health because they are directly affected. Secondary stakeholders are parents, teachers, and like therapists because they support, guide, and help teens get the help they need. I feel like your parents always notice like when you off first because of course you always at home. And friends, if you always around your friends, they gonna notice when your energy off. And yeah, same things with teachers. I feel like basically when you leave home, your teacher is basically your family. These are my references, and they are based on the same thing: how social media affect mental health or school or anything like that. This is an article I found, and the article is important because it shows how serious teen mental health is. It can become this article is important because it shows how serious teen mental health problems can become when students do not get enough support. I feel like sometimes when you're young and you may go to someone and say how you feel, they may throw it on the rug like, you a kid, you ain't been through nothing, like, you don't know, for real. But mental health comes from anything. Like, you never know what can, cause that from somebody. So I feel like you should always be open ears and, like, try to hear what they got to say. The study explains that stress and anxiety and depression can increase the risk of suicidal thoughts. Sometimes when a lot of people don't get the help they need, they could want to harm themselves or want to harm other people because they don't know how to deal with themselves. So you want to always make sure that you good and your mind is up to par before you come around other people. Which helps people understand why mental health awareness and early help are important for teens. You should always want to get the help when it's early because you never know how far things could go or how serious the situation is for somebody. To investigate teen mental health, I created a survey to collect responses from teenagers about stress and emotions and mental health challenges. The survey included questions about common stress factors such as school, social media, and peer pressure. I used a digital survey to collect and organize the response and then analyze the results to identify patterns in teen mental health experiences. This is my ethical standards. During my primary research, I followed ethical standards by respecting participants' privacy and keeping their information anonymously. I made sure that everyone who participated did so voluntarily and understood the purpose of the research. I also avoided asking questions that were too personal or harmful and made sure all information was presented and honestly, respectfully. I didn't force anyone to do anything, and everyone was aware of it. And I didn't want to ask nothing too deep because you never knows like what triggers someone or what could, get them back where they was at when they was going through something. My half thesis was that many teenagers experience mental health challenges because of peer pressure such as school. When you like not really focusing or anything like that, you late, you not really catching up, it becomes a lot of pressure for you. And social media can cause that too by just like, just being on it too much, trying to live that life instead of being in real life. Based on secondary research and personal observations, I predicted that a large number of teens will report feeling stressed or overwhelmed. Evidence from my primary research. To collect primary research, I gathered information from teens through surveys and conversations. I recorded responses, notes, and observations about common stress factors affecting teenagers. The evidence showed that many teens reported feeling pressure from school, social media, and expectations from others. This is my graph. It basically just shows how school was like mainly the topic of it. And I organized the results into the charts and graphs to better understand the data. The results show the significant number of teens reported feeling stressed or struggling with their mental health. This data helps shows patterns and provided evidence to support my thesis. My conclusion is, well, my problem statement is because many teens struggle with mental health but often do not speak up. Sometimes people just don't always have someone to talk to, so they will always keep it to themselves, or they feel like the people around them is like judgmental, so of course nobody want to talk to somebody that's judgmental. Based on my research from articles and online sources, I found that stress, social media, and a lack of support all have a major impact on teen mental health. My findings show the key stakeholders include teens, parents, teachers, and counselors. My thesis was proven true because the research showed that mental health issues are common among teens and need more awareness and support. I feel like we should have groups, like mentor groups in our school, so people can go talk to them when they're not feeling themselves. Or like we should have like girls groups or boys groups so it can be more comfortable. The results from both my primary research and secondary research shown that teen mental health is an important issue. That data supported my hypothesis that many teenagers experience stress and mental health challenges. This project demonstrates the importance of increasing awareness and providing support systems for teenagers. I feel like we should have way more support systems like in this school or just around, like a after school program that we can go to. For next step is me going to college to major sociology so I can better understand people, communities, and challenges teens face every day. I want to become a therapist or a mentor who helps young people deal with issues behind depression, like anxiety, trauma, peer pressure, family problems, self-esteem, social media, pressure, anger, violence in communities. Learning more about teen mental health will help me support others, create safe spaces for teens to talk, a positive impact on young people's life. So after I go to college and stuff and I get everything done that I need to, I would like to start a mentor group, but I would do like girls, but it would be an age limit, and I would do boys separately. So girls can be more comfortable talking about certain things they don't want to say out loud. And like I feel like I would have like field trips or like programs they can go to, like a little sisterhood or something. Personal touch. I chose this topic because teen mental health is an important issue that affects many students, but it's also talked about openly throughout this project. I received support from I chose this topic because teen mental health is an important issue that affects many students, but is also not talked about openly throughout this project. I received support from teachers, peers, and family members who help guide my research and ideas. In the future, I hope to continue learning about ways to support mental health and other ways who may be struggling. Thank you for listening to my presentation about teen mental health. I appreciate your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Yes, Tamaris. Yeah, I feel like I'm a very caring person, and like when my friends go through something, they always talk to me. So I feel like that got a part of it. I feel like I can talk to people to calm them down or get another side of them. Yeah, I feel like I could be a great mentor. Yes, Zoe.
So I actually have a question about the supports you suggested for the school. So you suggested like a mentor program or like a group program. What do you think that could look like here at this school? Like, how would you suggest the school go about setting that up and running that?
I feel like it should be an after-school program, and it should be separate, like maybe Mondays girls go, then Tuesday boys go, and we should talk about like how everyone's feeling. Then we should go deeper into like, you know, how they used to feel childhood, who they around, household, and talk about more things like that to get to know them more. Yes, Tamaris. Definitely. Yes. I feel like I could. Yeah, definitely. After I get done doing whatever I have to do in college, I will become a mentor at the school if that was an option.
Um, Hi, good morning. My name is Mariah Jones. I'm class of 2026, and my senior capstone project is about understanding teen perspective on the Juvenile Reform Act. Here are my table of contents. I'm firstly going to talk about my problem statement, my scientific questions, my stakeholders, and then my research. My primary research, my ethical standards, my hypothesis, and then my data analysis, along with my results and conclusion, my next steps, my full references, and then my thank you slide. Number one, my problem statement. Reform within juvenile detention centers are needed due to a negative effect to teens in these detention centers. My scientific questions. My first question is, how is the problem and solution presented to these teens? What are the qualifications for the reform to not stick? What are the percentage of teens in juvenile detention centers that actually know that they are being considered with this problem? My primary stakeholders would, of course, be number one, the kids in juvenile, because they are the main people that are being thought with the reform. They're the ones experiencing these cruel actions being done towards them.
Secondly would be the guards because they could, one, be the ones causing harm to the children, and two, witness potentially other people causing harm to these children. And then the doctors, along with the guards, they take care of the children, so any harm that may be being done to them, they are the ones that are taking care of them and making sure that they are okay with their health. My secondary stakeholders would be the senators and the representatives. Senators have the power to introduce the bill while also investigating the issue, while the representatives represent local/district concerns in national legislation. The Congress and President. The Congress writes, debates, and passes reform bills and also hold hearings to expose problems and pressure change, while the president signs bills into law, negotiate treaty, and proposes reform agenda. I'm going to summarize all of my research because they're pretty repetitive. My first two basically talks about the mental health of the teens and how abuse and violence is claimed to not be present within juvenile detention centers, but obviously that's not true. They experience much of abuse and a lot of violence. It's just as violent as jail facilities. These three talks about the mental health, how the brain functions with adolescents. They gain PTSD. Their mental health is being assessed, and it's proven that they are gaining PTSD while being in these the detention centers. These two talks about how so many teens, 18 years old, are experiencing, because of being placed in juvenile, they are experiencing loss of social and economic experience. They are not being able to connect with their peers, their age. They have health consequences because they're not really paying attention to their health while they're in jail or when they get out because it hasn't really been a main priority to them. And it's pretty much just talking about the percentage of teens are being arrested each year, and it's a high percentage, 75% if y'all wanted to know. These two basically just talk about the solutions that should be presented to teens and juvenile because it's not really effective. The rehabilitation that they offer them is not effective. They release them back into the economy and expect them to just adapt, but they have hard times adapting, of course, because they're not connected with what they once were. It's obviously not going to be the same. It's big changes for them. So they release them back into the world without preparing them, and it causes, it just basically proved that the reform is necessary. This one just talks about how the brain should be important when it comes to adolescents because they try to use the function of the brain to try to prove that they should be charged. But this is just showing that they should not be able to use adolescents' brains because it's not fully developed to try to charge them with a criminal charge. My hypothesis is that I predict that the teens will agree with the reason why the Juvenile Reform Act is in place, because if they have experienced these harmful environments for teens, they might lean to help push the reform since it's in place for their care. For my primary research, I will conduct a survey and a focus group, both using multiple different individuals, both taking place out in the hallways and outside of school. My ethical standards. A consent form will be given since the questions involve personal information. We will find participants that any question that, we would tell participants that any question that feel too personal, they may skip. No participant name will be used in any data that others may be able to see, along with the consent form informing them of their identity being kept secret. By asking open-ended questions to ensure every participant can fully explain their experience. Recruiting participants may be hard. It was a little bit of a challenge for me because some teams may obviously not feel comfortable speaking about their experience openly. So I did a survey, and then this was my data analysis. I asked, my first question was, what was their age? You see the highest two answers was 18 and 17, and then you have a couple of older people that answered. And then I had them have the option to type this answer, the highest level of education. My highest questions was, my answers was obviously 12th grade, and then a couple of other stragglers. I asked them what grade did they stop attending school. Highest was obviously 12th, and then 11th followed pursuit. And then I had some other answers, people. I gave them an option to type this answer too. I asked them were they treated differently than their white peers. Majority of them said yes, with a couple of them saying no. About 17, 16 of them said yes. I asked them were they pushed to still have an education even while in juvenile. Most of them said yes, but it was almost a close tie. About 15 of them said yes, about 11 said no. I asked them was their health paid attention to. Majority of them said yes, but about 8 of them said, 17 of them said no, while about 7 of them said yes. I asked them did they learn any adult behavior while in juvie. 20 of my participants said yes, while about 6 of them said no. And then I asked them was any education taught at all. About a little over 20 said yes, and 5 of them said no. And then here are my focus group results. My first question was, what are some changes you noticed within yourself during your time in juvenile detention? I'm gonna summarize these two. I did 2 focus group, 5 participants in each group. Some of them, they just expressed how they felt. Some of them got some habits that they continue to keep doing even outside of juvenile, like waking up, journaling, reading. Some people learn to regulate their feelings and to just listen before they react. A couple of people said that they miss their families. And then my second question was, what are some of the changes you noticed after your time in juvenile detention? Some people spoke about their neighborhood. They spoke about how they became more cautious about how they reacted and who they hung around. They talked about their family acting different with them, their routines and how they changed, and how some stayed the same, like the journaling, and how they tried to pick up habits out of when they got out to just become more busy. My question 3 was, what emotions did they experience their first week in juvenile? They just expressed some of their emotions, shock. They were very emotional. Some people cried. They said they felt confused. They tried to act tough. They were scared, obviously, because you're a teen and experiencing some hard stuff. They felt lonely, which is all reasonable emotions to feel in a situation like that. For my results and conclusion, I said the survey and focus group collected data from formerly detained juveniles clearly supports the problem statement that reform within juvenile detention centers is needed. Most respondents has stopped attending school by 11th or 12th grade. The majority reported being treated unfairly compared to their white peers, and more than half stated that their health was not properly looked after during their time in detention. Although education was available in some form, many youth weren't encouraged to take it seriously. These findings confirm that juvenile detention centers are currently failing the young people in their care, and that real meaningful change is necessary to break this damaging cycle. My next step, if somebody wanted to take on my project next year, they should give themselves more time to actually probably a good idea would go sit down face-to-face with these juveniles and actually talk to them or try to get an interview with them, or the guards or the doctors, and maybe they would find some different findings. Some people might have enjoyed their time. It felt like it helped them become a good adult. But this would help me going on to college and continuing to go on and do law, because I want to give a voice for those who don't feel like they have a voice because they're young, and I've obviously been young before, so I want to help them. My reference slide, and thank you. Any questions? Zoe.
I have a question about your hypothesis. Did you have your hypothesis on your slides?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you go back to that real quick for me? I must have blinked and missed it.
Wait. Oh, there it is.
Okay. And then based on what you found in your research and based on what your focus group said, your survey said, what do you think about this hypothesis now? Do you think it was true? Do you think it was proven false? Do you think there's some like middle ground happening there? What do you think about this hypothesis after your research?
I really think it was middle ground, because I was very surprised about some of the findings that I found, especially with a couple of kids that I interviewed here. It was just because of the simple fact that a lot of them said that it felt like, even outside, like my family and stuff who answered, they said that, of course, like it was hard being away from their family. They felt emotional the first couple of times, days and weeks, which is normal. Everybody has feelings. But a couple of them said that they didn't regret going, that it was a good thing for them because it forced them to, go through a tough situation and just know that they didn't want to do it again. So they turned to the right path in their life, and they just started doing things that they knew would not send them back to juvenile or prison, obviously, when they got older. So they steered away from the wrong crowd and just started doing things that could help support them become a better them in the future. Any other questions? So for the first question, I think that when I talk to, especially the kids, because I did talk to people a little older, but the kids that I talked to, they said that obviously a couple of them, that's why I gave them the option to like type what education that they stopped attending school. Most of them said that they didn't stop attending. They continued to keep attending school after they got released. So I think that that's like an indication that they did care about their education. A couple of kids in 12th grade are graduating. So I think that they do kind of they very much care about the education if they're walking across the stage. And then for the second question, I just think that, wait, can you repeat the second question again? Sorry about that. I don't think education is a privilege at all, especially like, especially what, our people went through to have education. I think that education should be provided, period. I think that that's just humane. Like, all humans should be offered education because, without education, you're bound to struggle. Education is not, obviously, people have made it without education, but if you have education, you'll always have something to fall back on. So I just think that education should be a priority, not an option. Any other questions? Thank you.
My name is Billie Pope-Stevens, and my project is about how overprocessed foods can cause neurological problems in humans. This is my agenda. I will be outlining my problem statement, my scientific questions, my stakeholders, my primary research, my secondary research. Y'all see. My problem statement is that many people eat large amounts of overprocessed foods, which can contain sugar, fats, and artificial ingredients. Researchers are worried that these foods can cause physical harm to our brain and could cause neurological issues. These are my scientific questions. If processed foods affects our gut bacteria, how does that turn into brain fog or memory issues? Do these foods actually make it harder for students or workers to concentrate and stay focused? And how often are these machines that are making the food are being cleaned up or regularly checked on? I ask these questions because it's a real concern. Like, I work in a fast food place, and I can say that they don't clean up the machines regularly. They don't. And my stakeholders are children with parents who neglect their diet, and they're overweight and possible neurological problems in the future. It also affects adults with also obesity, food addiction, and dementia, and it increase in cognitive decline. This is my secondary research. The one that caught my eye was when Goodman had questioned a few people about food and went under an experiment that tested their memory and stuff. And it says the people who ate the most junk food had a faster rate, up to 28% of cognitive decline. I also caught one on here. It says people who eat more soft drinks, cookies, and chips and stuff have a higher risk of memory and thinking problems. For my primary research, I sent out surveys to all students asking brief questions about how they feel after eating. These questions were asked to follow through on their behavior and moods these students have when eating fast foods. This is my ethical. Every student who has done my survey has consented to it, and it's all anonymous. Anybody who showed signs of irritability or troublesome, I did not continue with the video or the survey. This is my hypothesis or hypothesis. If a teenager eats overprocessed foods daily, their memory and cognitive performance will decline compared to teenagers who eat mostly whole foods and vegetables. What can our food chain restaurants do to change how their meat is being made and produced? Evidence from my primary research, I use Google Forms to get my data. To get my data. Feel free to fill it out. I sent out emails to all the students as well as asking them to fill it out. This is my data analysis. It connects to my hypothesis by showing roughly 35% of students have low energy after eating fast food, and 38% of students can't even focus after eating fast foods. That was the same thing. In conclusion, eating too much overprocessed foods can hurt the brain. The artificial ingredients in these foods can cause brain fog, memory problems, and trouble focusing. It is mostly teenagers who are being affected by this, and it goes unnoticed. Choosing healthier whole foods can keep both the mind and body in better shape. My next step, if anybody who comes across my project, I hope you push the issue about the fast food we eat is affecting our brains and how we function in our everyday life. The result of helping our community eat safer foods can change how we perform. This project really opened my eyes on how food is really being made and the risk that it causes. I stopped eating at my job. These are my references. I work at McDonald's, by the way. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, so
My question is, you mentioned you stopped eating at your job, but what does this mean for after graduation for you? How does this?
After graduation, I'm not gonna lie, I've been warning the people about my job. Most definitely been warning the people about the food that be going on at my job, telling them about how it be going on and stuff. Moving on, I'm still not gonna eat. I'm gonna eat the pies and the fries. The burgers I'm done with. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dior Calhoun, and my capstone is about the impact of hairstyling techniques of hair health. I picked this topic because as an upcoming hairdresser, it matters to me the way you style your hair because the way you style your hair can either keep it healthy or slowly damage it. Too much heat, tight styles, or chemicals can weaken hair, cause breakage. It can even affect your scalp. Knowing this information I'm about to give you can either help you take care of your hair and avoid damage. So this is my agenda. First, I will be going over my problem statements, my scientific questions, my stakeholders, my articles, and more. So my first problem statement is many people style their hair using heat, chemicals, or tight styles without realizing the damage it can cause. These techniques can lead to breakage, dryness, and scalp problems over time. The problem is that people often choose style over health without knowing the long-term effects on the hair. 2, a lot of popular styling trends prioritize appearance over hair health, causing people to unintentionally stress their hair and struggle with preventable damage. 3, because safe styling habits aren't always taught, people often choose hairstyles that look good in the moment but create long-term hair problems like dryness, split ends, and weakened roots. Next, I have my scientific questions. My first scientific question asks, how do repeated heat-based styling, like flat ironing or blow drying, change the structure of the hair cuticle and can lead to dryness or breakage? 2, why do chemical treatments like shampoos, conditioners, relaxers, perms, or dyes alter the protein bonds in the hair? And how does this affect long-term strength and elasticity? 3, how do protective styles like braids, twists, sew-ins impact scalp tension and blood flow, and why could this reduce or improve hair growth depending on how they're done? Next, I have my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are clients whose hair is being styled, hairstylists performing the techniques, barbers or salons because they're responsible for the hair care. My secondary stakeholders are hair product companies, salon owners, hair care researchers or dermatologists, cosmetology schools and instructors, and beauty supplies. My primary research plan, I will collect data using surveys. I will survey people about their hairstyling habits and any damage they notice. I will make observations by observing visible hairstyling habits such as hairstyle types and maintenance behavior in the natural setting. My secondary research, I will use information from articles, websites, scientific studies about hair care and styling techniques. These sources will explain how styling methods affect hair health. Next, I have my articles and references. These are 3 of my articles. The first article talks about how heat styling, chemical treatments, and rough handling can damage the hair shaft by weakening the hair cuticle. The second article talks about how hairstyling techniques can cause alopecia, and the treatments you use can cause hair loss. The last article explains how dermatologists and cosmetologists use real client cases in these articles. My 4 to 6 articles talks about tight styles like braids, weave, and ponytails can cause traction leading to alopecia. The 5th one talks about hair damage occurs when the hair shaft loses protection from heat, chemicals, or stress. And the last one talks about how hair loss can be affected by aging or genetics or the environment you're in. My 7th article talks about many beauty products contain harmful chemicals. The 8th one talks about how the hair market mostly targets Black women and is dangerous ingredients and can negatively impact your hair health. And the last one just talks about how menopause can also be the reason why your hair is changing. Next, I have my ethical standards. To protect people's information in surveys and observations, I will follow the 4 ethical standards. For confidentiality and privacy, I will not collect names and will keep all responses anonymous. For data and integrity, I will record information accurately and store the data securely so it cannot be changed or accessed by others besides me and Zoe. To minimize risk, I will only ask questions related to hairstyling and hair health and avoid anything too personal. Some anticipated challenges may be participants worrying about their privacy, so the solution is to clearly explain that their information will stay confidential and will only be used for research purposes only. My hypothesis is if people frequently use heat styling.
Please report to the front desk for early dismissal. Samantha Hicks, early dismissal.
If people frequently use heat styling, chemical treatments, or tight styles, then their hair will be more likely to experience dryness, breakage, and weakened roots because of these techniques damage the hair cuticle, alter protein bonds, and create tension on the scalp over time. My primary research evidence shows that the data that I'm about to show shows that most participants wash their hair less than once a week. The most common hair type was reported curly. In terms of heat usage, participants reported using heat a few times a week, and which may contribute to issues like hair breakage. Next, in terms of product usage, most respondents reported using 1 to 2 products regularly, with styling gels being the most commonly used type. Additionally, 88.9% of participants believe that protective styles help maintain hair health. The most common hair concern identified was hair loss and shedding, indicating that this is a major issue among participants. When asked about hair confidence, most participants rated their hair confidence as a 3 or 4 out of 5. These are my graphs. My first graph shows that most participants use products are shampoos and conditioners, which was 34.4%, and moisturizers, which was 30.6%, while fewer people use heat protectants, which was 6.4%. Even though people take care of their hair, very few people protecting it from heat damage, increasing the risk of breakage. My second graph at the bottom explains how most participants use heat a few times a week, which was 52.8%, and only a small amount use it every day or never, which was 36.1%, which shows that heat styling is very common, meaning many people are at risk for heat damage. More graphs. This first graph at the top shows that most participants, which was 91.4%, believe protective styles help keep hair healthy, while a small group, which was 8.6%, said no or wasn't sure. This shows that most people understand the benefits of protective styles. The graph at the bottom, the biggest concern in that graph was dryness, which was 30.6%, while hair loss and shedding and breakage was tied, which was 22.2%. Smaller concerns include 13.9 and frizz, which was 11.1. This shows that moisture and strength-related issues are the most common problems people face. My graphs support my hypothesis because they show that many people frequently use heat and don't use heat protectants, which increase the chance of damage. They also shows that people's main concern are dryness, breakage, and hair loss, which matches the predicted effects in my hypothesis. This connection suggests that common hair practices are likely contributing to the damage described. So back to my scientific questions. My results were,
For the first one, how do repeated heat-based styling methods like flat iron or blow drying change the structure of the hair cuticle and lead to dryness or breakage? Was repeated heat-based damages the hair cuticle, making dry, weak, and more likely to break? 2. Why do chemical treatments like relaxers, perms, or dyes alter the protein bond? And how does this affect long-term strength and elasticity? Chemical treatments break protein bonds in hair, reducing strength and elasticity. Last, how do protective styles like braids, twists, sew-ins impact scalp tension and blood flow, and why can this reduce or improve hair growth depending on how they're done? Protective styles can help growth by reducing damage, but if too tight, they can cause tension and hair loss. My hypothesis was proven because my data shows that people regularly use heat styling and don't use heat protectants, which may increase damage. My graphs also shows common issues like dryness, breakage, and hair loss. On top of that, my sources explains how heat, chemicals, and tight styles can damage the hair cuticle, weaken protein bonds, and create scalp tension. These are my 10 references. My next steps to kids in the future who will want to do my project, I would say do more research. Don't just look into articles. If you know real hairstylists, then you should ask them, or dermatologists or anything. And I think y'all should prep the research earlier in the year. Things I learned from this project: chemical treatments weaken hair over time. Many people don't use heat protection, and hair problems are linked to everyday habits. My future goals are: after high school, this summer I plan to go to a cosmetology school to get my cosmetology license at an early age. After, I plan to go to a university, study psychology on the track of pre-med. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
So I had a question about why you chose this project in the first place and like how you've experienced this problem personally.
I chose this project because, as I stated, I do hair, and I noticed like with the clients' hair I be doing, most of the time they have different like hair textures, and their hair reacts to chemicals different kind of ways. Any more questions? Thank you.
Okay. Is this good? Okay. So, my name is Joseph. My project is Video Games Impact on Teens. So, before we get started, raise of hands, how many people here play video games? Okay, and this project applies to you guys because it's about how video games impacts your mental health and academics. So, throughout this project, we're going to outline the problem, investigate the problem, and go over the results and conclusion. So my project statement is that during current times, many people, mostly teenagers, play video games for various reasons, and there have been debates as to whether it worsens people's mental health and stunts their academics or betters it, impacting students and their peers. So my scientific questions are, how do video games contribute to mental health? How does gaming affect student academics? And why are video games popular among teenagers? So for my stakeholders, my first stakeholder are students because they're the ones that are playing the video games and it's affecting their mental health and academics. Peers because they have to learn despite potential behaviors caused by gaming. Parents because they have to deal with their children whose behavior is being affected by video games. Schools and academics because based off how often students play, they can be tired, leading to them doing bad in school. And teachers because they have to try to teach, which can be difficult when students aren't paying attention. So for my first scientific article, Stress Relieving Video Game and Its Effects, the POMS case study, they made a game designed to relieve stress in which after participants between the age of 18 and 30 with the mean age of 23 years old took the POMS and POMS2, which are psychological tests, in which they found that it decreased a certain amount of stress and improved their overall mood. In my second article, The Short-Term Effects of Video Games on Cognitive Enhancement, the Role of Positive Emotions, they did an experiment in which they took children with DCD and dyslexia and had them randomly play puzzle and shooter games for about 60 minutes, after which they saw improved reading speed and accuracy, better visual perception, and enhanced sensory motor coordination for 30 minutes after gameplay, which was also seen in the adult group. For my third article, Video Games and Board Games Effects on Playing Practice on Cognition, they had 496 French adults take 6 standard cognitive tests, such as the mental rotation test, digit span test, Tower of London test, Corsi block tapping test, and the trail making test, and the Raven's progressive matrices. And then they have them complete a gaming questionnaire on how many hours a week they play video games and what kind of games they play, in which they found that people who predominantly played video games did better on the test, while people who played board games didn't have as much as an improvement on the test, but overall they were both associated with positive cognitive performance. In my fourth article, Global Impacts on Video Gaming Behavior on Young Adults' Mental Health During the COVID-19 Pandemic, a Systemic Literature Review, they did a literature review in which they went through databases such as Scopus, Google Scholar, etc., and went through hundreds of articles in which they found that it led to stress relief, entertainment, and it acted as a coping mechanism providing social interaction, but also found out when used excessively, it led to internet gaming disorder, anxiety, depression, or loneliness, and could lead to poor sleep and academic performance. In my fifth article, Escaping Through Virtual Gaming, What is the Association with Emotional, Social, and Mental Health, a Systemic Review. They went through article databases such as PubMed and Scopus and did a systemic review in which they yielded 357 articles, and 36 of them were included in which they found that people who play video games as part of escapism want to escape real life, leading to negative perceptions of the real world, but it can also create confidence, self-determination, and a sense of belonging. And in my sixth article, Problematic Gaming and Students' Academic Performance, a systemic review. They did a systemic review focusing on articles about problematic gaming and academic performance, in which it was found that bad academic performance is more likely a cause of problematic gaming instead of an effect. And in my 7th article, The Prevalence of Internet Gaming Disorder Among Medical Students at King Saud University, they did a cross-sectional study at KSU with a selection size of 281. And in the study, they found that there was a high prevalence of internet gaming disorder, but that there was no association between it and sleep or academic achievement. And in depression and anxiety systems associated with internet gaming disorder before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, a longitudinal study consisting of 1,778 children after COVID-19, in which they found a significant increase in internet gaming disorder and video game use. And in my 9th article is video gaming or video game addiction associated with depression, academic achievement, heavy episodic drinking, or conduct problems. They analyzed 2 surveys in which they collected information from the same 928 Norwegian adolescents, in which they found that video game addiction was related to worsened academics, depression, along with conduct problems, but time spent gaming appeared to have no effect on negative outcomes. And in my 10th and final article, Problematic Video Game Use as an Emotional Coping Strategy, Evidence from a Sample of MMORPG Gamers, they did a survey of 390 World of Warcraft players, in which they found that people who had difficulty regulating their emotions were more likely to use video games as a form of escapism in order to cope. And to summarize all that, 30% of the articles said that video games are good for stress relief and mood improvement, noting their use as a coping mechanism for emotional regulation and entertainment. 20% of the articles said that video games are good for academics and cognitive development, specifically citing improvements in reading speed and accuracy for children on standard cognitive tests. 20% of the articles said that they didn't find gaming to be beneficial for academics, instead linking excessive use or addiction to worsen academic performance, and 20% of the articles found that video games were not the cause of academic harm. So for my primary research, I decided to do semi-structured interviews and a survey, because interviews allow me to get more specific and detailed responses and are less likely to have tainted data, while surveys allow me to have a larger sample size. So for my procedure, I created questions for the surveys and interviews, and I had someone peer review the questions and give feedback on them. And then I created the survey using the questions and sent out the survey. And then I interviewed people while I waited for people to answer my survey, and then I put the answers into a spreadsheet, and then I analyzed responses after waiting for enough people to respond. And for my ethical considerations, I asked the people that took the surveys and interviews if they consented to data from it being shared, and I made sure to not ask for data that identified the participants. I went through the data to make sure that there aren't any irregularities or outliers, and I made sure that there weren't any factors to cause harm to participants. So for my hypothesis, I hypothesized that students who play video games are less stressed and have better grades than students who don't, due to it allowing them to find a way to calm themselves and focus when in moderation. So for my primary research results, most of the people who responded to the survey said that they play video games to either pass time or to help them relax. And these two pie charts show that a lot of people feel stressed out at school every day, and most people have between a 3.0 and a 4.0. So in the survey, from the information I got, some of them, the stress levels and gaming frequency matched, but in some of them, the stress levels were low and the gaming frequency were high, or vice versa, so there wasn't as much of a correlation. Whereas in gaming frequency and GPA, for most of them, they matched, showing higher correlation. And in my interviews, when analyzing the data from the interviews, I discovered that their GPAs range from 2.1 to 3.8, 30% of the people I interviewed had a GPA of 3.0 or higher. 70% of the people I interviewed had a GPA between 2.0 and 3.0. 70% of the people I interviewed had a, wait, no. 50% of the interviewees thought that their grades would be better if they didn't play video games. The other 50% thought that their grades would be worse or the same if they didn't play video games. And 100% of interviewees thought that their mental health would decline if they didn't play video games. And typically in this interviews, students who had higher GPAs played a lot of video games, but did their schoolwork first or did it in moderation. And students who had worse GPAs usually fall into a cycle of this, where they experience stress due to their schoolwork, and had a lot of schoolwork, which led to them having a lower GPA, which led to them playing video games in order to escape stress, which led to them doing that instead of schoolwork, which led to more stress and work. So in conclusion, when doing my primary research and articles, I was able to answer my first scientific question when I learned that video games contribute to mental health by allowing students to relieve stress when in moderation, which is why they are popular among teenagers. And it can have a positive effect on academics as it can increase cognitive function to a certain extent, which is what my hypothesis stated. And from what I found, I can conclude that gaming can have a positive impact on students and their peers by bettering their academics and mental health, making it easier for parents and teachers. So for next steps, due to trying to focus on teenagers and students, I only sent out the survey to UPSM students and staff, which led me to not get as many responses as I would have liked to get to my survey. And if I were to do it again, I would focus on mental health or academics in general, or send the surveys to other schools so that I could get more responses. And this applies to me because I want to study computer science, among other things, at Wayne State, and you can see how they're kind of connected. These are my sources. That's 10 overall. Any questions? Zoe?
So we had a project earlier talking about types of video games that cause, I think it was Kai Mello's project, that cause streamers stress. I'm wondering what you think of like GPAs versus the types of games kids play, and do you think there's any connection between those two things?
I think there could be a connection, but I'm not certain as of the moment. Any other questions?
Good morning, guys. I am Robin McCaskill, and today I will be talking about the cheer impact on student athletes and their well-being. And before I get started, is it anybody who's ever been in sports and had to deal with like their mental well-being? It was like hard. Okay. On my agenda today, I will be covering my project basis, my problem statement, my scientific questions, my supporting research, my stakeholders, my primary research plan, my ethical standards, interview questions, hypothesis, interview responses, data analysis, conclusion, and my references. What is competitive cheer? Competitive cheer is a demanding sport blending gymnastics, dance, and traditional cheerleading into dynamic routines that are judged. Here is my project basis with my title and my topic and my goal. My title is Improving Mental Health and Preventing Burnout in Cheerleaders, and my goal is to help cheerleaders manage stress and prevent burnout while balancing their responsibilities. Here's my problem statement. Competitive cheerleaders go through so much. During school and competitive season, our stress levels increase along with us becoming fatigued due to mandatory practices along with performance pressure. This can lead to mental challenges and burnout, which highlights the need for self-awareness, for better education, and a better support system when it comes to athletes' well-being. And here are my 3 scientific questions, with the first one being, how does the number of weekly practices affect stress and burnout levels in competitive cheer? 2, how can coaches' motivational style impact cheerleaders and their mental health when it comes to cheerleaders' performance? And 3, does mental health management reduce burnout amongst competitive cheerleaders? What issue am I trying to address? Cheerleaders often experience high stress and burnout due to intense practices, performance pressure, and limited mental health support. This matters because unmanaged stress can harm their mental well-being, motivation, and long-term performance, highlighting the need for better education awareness and support systems. Here is my supporting research to support this. This piece of evidence is basically explaining how many athletes go through like disorders, like an eating disorder, and that could be like bad for our mental health. And here are my top 4 stakeholders, starting off with competitive cheerleaders. They're directly affected by stress and burnout, so their experience and feedback were essential. 2 is the cheer coaches. Coaches control practice schedules, expectations, and team culture, which heavily impact stress levels. And 3 is the athletic trainers. They help with injury prevention and recovery and can also support physical and mental well-being. And my last one is parents of the athletes. They provide emotional support at home and can help monitor stress and encourage balance. And here's my primary research. My study will examine stress, fatigue, and burnout amongst competitive cheerleaders during school and competition seasons. High practice demands and performance pressure can affect mental health, motivation, and long-term performance. Using semi-structured interviews, this research explores athletes' experiences and the need for better awareness, education, and support systems to improve overall well-being. Here's my secondary research plan. The secondary research will review academic articles and studies on stress, burnout, and mental health in competitive cheerleading and similar sports. It will provide background information and help compare existing research with interviews, finding to better understand challenges and improve mental health support for cheerleaders. Here are my ethical standards. Participation is voluntarily. Nobody was forced to do anything. Participants were able to skip questions if they did not feel comfortable with answering them. And confidentiality was protected and no real names were used. And responses will be kept private and used only for research purposes. And questions will be asked respectfully and without judgment. And going on to my interview questions, can you describe your experience with competitive cheerleading and how long you have been involved? What does a typical week during cheer season looks like for you? And what are some of the biggest challenges you face as a competitive cheerleader? How do practices and competitions affect you physically and mentally? Here's my hypothesis. If competitive cheerleaders have frequent practices and high performance pressure, interviews will likely show higher stress and burnout. Those with supportive coaching and mental health education will likely report lower stress and better coping skills. And I chose my best responses with my questions for my interview responses. Starting off with, can you describe your experience with competitive cheerleading and how long have you been involved? And as you guys can see, here go the 3 responses that I got from my interviewees. And for my second question, how do practices and competition affect you physically and mentally? And there go the other answers from my interviewees. Here go my data analysis. My graph shows all participants report high mental and physical strength from competitive cheer with scores between 4 to 5 for both. This suggests a strong link between physical demands and mental stress, which could lead to the burnout. In interviews, participants described cheer as overwhelming, stressful, and tiring, and said it leaves them mentally and physically drained. Overall, both the data and interviews show burnout affects athletes physically and mentally, supporting my hypothesis that higher demands and pressure increase stress and burnout in cheerleaders. Here go my conclusion and my next step. Starting off with my conclusion, the data shows that competitive cheerleading impacts athletes both mentally and physically. All participants reported feeling tired, drained, or exhausted from practices and competitions, showing that while the sport is rewarding, it could also cause significant stress and fatigue. And here's for my next steps. Future research could include more cheerleaders from different teams, ages, and skill levels to get a wider range of experiences. It could also compare cheer to other sports to see if stress levels are similar. Another step is exploring how coaches and schools can better support athletes with rest, mental health resources, and balanced training schedules. Here go my reference page and my second reference page. And then here's my supporting evidence. With the first one is basically from the beginning when I was talking about how we can develop eating disorders. And the second one was when it was an experiment and they was looking at the heart rate of the athletes. And then the third one was showing how practices would be overwhelming and it caused mental health issues. And then last but not least was talking about the injuries that cheerleaders go through and how their energy is negatively impacted by that. And that's the end of my presentation. Is there any questions? Yes, Zoe?
I have a question about your next steps. Specifically, you're going to graduate soon. You're almost there. What does this project tell you for your future, or how does it help you with whatever you're going through after high school?
Okay, so personally, my project it's not really for my future, but I just wanted to talk about this because as a student athlete, I have went through many mental health issues while also having a cheer, and it was really stressful, especially during competitive season, and I wanted to bring awareness to that because I know as many student athletes who also had challenging mental health issues while doing sports also. Any more questions?
Is this good? Okay. Hi, my name is Treasure, and my presentation is about how painting helps relieve stress. This is my agenda. Okay, my problem statement is that during high school, teenagers face elevated stress levels due to academic pressure, social dynamics, and college preparation. And some benefits to help relieving stress is art-based therapy. Okay, these are my stakeholders. which are the high school students who are having the elevated stress levels, the school district, parents, teachers, / counselors, and the government. Yeah. These are my scientific questions, which are what types of household may bring students the most stress? What techniques do students use in class to help them when they're stressed? And how does having an idea on where you want to go for college, like, basically makes it easier on you? So for my primary research, I did an experiment and a survey. I had my participants do a survey asking different questions about, like, what kind of household they live in, their stress levels, and what brings them stress. So for my experiment, I had the participants paint for 30 minutes, and before that I had them take a pre-survey test asking questions just like how they were feeling. Then after they painted, I asked them some more questions like how they felt after painting and whether their paintings meant something to them. This all took place in Zoe classroom. Some questions from my survey that I had everyone answer was, what type of household do you live in? What brings you the most stress? And does the household you live in brings you stress? Okay. So, can y'all see this? The first graph talks about, like, the different genders and whether their household brought them stress. And as you can see, half of the females said, yes, it does. Some said no. Well, one person said no, and 2 said sometimes. And for the males, there was only one person that said yes, and 2 people that said no. When I asked what brought the most stress, you could see that a lot of people said friends and family. Some said, majority of the other people said school. Some said time management, and one person said government and financial. My ethical standards, for the participation, I asked students in the survey would they be willing to participate and for them to sign their name, and then, they will get further information. For privacy, I told them when they came to do the experiment, I had them sign their name, which also said at the top, if, like, them signing their name is giving me permission to take pictures of their artwork, but without having their face in it. Everyone signed. For my data, which I talked about earlier, I had them take a survey, a stress survey, before and after the experiment. To minimize harm and risk, I used a tablecloth so that the paint doesn't get on the tables, and I just took this out, but they didn't wear an apron, but I told them to be careful. So, yeah, we didn't have no aprons. But some challenges would have been some people not participating, not doing the survey, or not having enough materials, or, like, people not showing up. For my hypothesis, I believe that painting will help decrease the stress levels. I think this because in the articles that I did read said that painting does help. So these are my results after the experiment. So before and after, right here for my pre-test, I asked, like, have they been stressed in the past few weeks? And you could see that everyone said their stress levels was really high. I think, like, one person said their stress levels was low. And then after painting, I asked, like, how stressed are you right now? Everyone's stress levels did decrease. Some was, like, still in the middle, but the high rate was only one person. So these are my first survey questions. So one of the questions I asked was, do the picture you painted have any meaning behind it? And if so, what's the meaning? Some said that they liked the style of graffiti. One person said, like, they loved themselves. Another person said, like, be who you are. And someone said, like, a favorite Bible quote, representation of love, and a favorite tattoo. Another question I asked was there anything you were stressed about before painting that you feel less stressed about after painting? If yes, explain. So right here is like what brought them stress. So 2 people said it was life. 3 said it was the academic pressure. Some said that they weren't stressed, but they definitely felt like relieved after painting. One person said it was related to friends, and another person said it was related to family. So painting therapy. After everyone finished, I asked how did they feel while painting. You see, 3 people said they felt relaxed. 1 person said calm. 2 said focused. 2 said a little stressed, and 2 said stress-free. And over here, I asked, do you think painting is a good technique to relieve stress? And everyone, besides 1 person, said that it was. This is my supporting research. These 3 articles just talk about how painting does help relieve stress. These talks about like how it really is like a good stressor and help like teens relieve stress. Those 3, sorry. This all talks about how This all talks about like how painting gives teens a way to express themselves and like how they're feeling. My next steps for people who want to do this project next year, I feel that you guys should research more articles, get different age groups to participate. Like you could get the teachers, parents, anybody to really participate to see, because I only focused on teens, and I also believe that you should call around asking information, like asking therapists and see if they ever did it before and if it helped. These results later on down the line will help me manage my own stress, and once I graduate, I want to go into the medical field to become an OBGYN, and this project will help me with that because, like, being an OBGYN, you also do get to deal with, like, expecting mothers, and sometimes those expecting mothers do stress a lot, so this could be something that I recommend to help them. These are my reference pages, and thank you. Yes, Zoe.
I actually have a question about like the significance of your project. So, did you answer your scientific questions? Did you prove your hypothesis true?
Yes, I found my hypothesis true, and I did answer most of my scientific questions. I think it's like 2 of them.
Can you go back to those and talk us through the answers to those 2?
The scientific questions? Okay, so I feel that I answered my first scientific questions because most of the students said that the single parent household does like bring them more stress. I didn't put this information in here, but like the techniques most of my participants and everybody who filled out the first survey said that they used to help was like either go to sleep, pray, listen to music. And yeah, okay. Any more questions?
Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Scarlet Perry, and my project is about gentle lashes. This is my agenda. I will be outlining the problem, my investigation, the results, and my conclusion. My problem statement is many eyelash glues can irritate the eyes, causing stinging and increasing sensitivity to light. While sensitive lash glues are available at beauty supply stores and are often expensive and may still contain unknown chemicals and can further worsen eye sensitivity. My scientific questions. How does the pH level of eyelash glues influence eye sensitivity and comfort during wear? What chemical compounds in common lash glues cause irritation or allergic reactions in sensitive eyes? How do temperature and humidity affect the performance and safety of lash adhesives on sensitive skin? My stakeholders are students. They may use cosmetic products like eyelash adhesives and need education on how to safe use possible allergic reactions, poison control, older clients, healthcare, and lash techs. My secondary research, how lash glues can affect both eyes and breathing. Good for discussing skin irritation and allergic reactions. Help support the idea that beauty products can contain harmful ingredients people are unaware of. When talking about visual eye irritation caused by lash glues, eye conditions like can become worse when the eyelids are exposed to irritation substances, including chemical compounds found in cosmetic adhesives, that may lead to redness, swelling, and discomfort. Some eyelash glues release chemicals like form, which can irritate the skin and eyes and may cause long-term health concerns. Certain lash adhesives contain ingredients that can trigger allergic reactions, leading to redness, itching, swelling, and eyelid dermatitis. Research has shown that eyelash glues may cause effect to Carrao levels, suggest that could cause inflammation and other harmful things to the eyes. Repeated exposures to cayenne based on adhesive can increase the risk of allergic contact dermatitis, cause symptoms like allergic irritation, redness, and swelling. My current research is asking questions on how often do you wear lashes, or when wearing lashes, does it irritate your eyes or often parts of your face? Putting lashes in my experiment is putting lashes on my stakeholders to see if anything happens to their eyes and if they can feel any difference in the eyelash glues. My hypothesis is using non-professional lash glues will cause less irritation for individuals with sensitive eyes while still providing similar lash retention compared to professional grade lash glue. My ethical standards is informed voluntary participation. My volunteers will be asked if they would like to participate in the experiment. I will be stating what was happening in the experiment and if they want to continue with the activity or not. Confidentiality and privacy. My volunteers will be asked if they're willing to be recorded. If the answer is yes, I will proceed with asking in which way, video or audio. My volunteers also have the option to stay anonymous or being shown in my project. Data integrity. I will be having my participants take the survey on there if they wear lashes and if they have experienced redness or burning before. Then after I will do the participants' lashes, ask them how they feel and if anything is wrong. Minimizing risk and harm, I'll be sure to have a towel fan, and if the participant eye gets watery and irritated, I will immediately remove the lashes, then use eye drops to make sure the irritation goes down. Challenges and solutions. Some challenges are not getting anyone to do my survey, people having allergic reactions to the glue I used, people not wanting to be still during the lash process, volunteers not being able to come to the experiment. Some solutions I have is finding new candidates and using a lash draw to show the process of the lash install. Results and endless. My question is, would you use lash glues more often if it was labeled chemical-free or natural? Majority say yes. And how long do you usually keep your lashes on? Some people say 1 to 3 days. My experiment. In the picture, it will show my participants with clusters on how differently their eyes may react to the glue I use. No reaction happened. My final plan is, my goal is to develop a safe natural glue adhesive that can be used by people in all age groups. This product will be made with a non-toxic ingredient to reduce the risk of harmful health effects such as irritation or long-term health concerns. In addition, the adhesive will be designed to be affordable, make it accessible to a wide range of consumers while still managing high quality and safety standards. Next steps is a few capstone projects can develop based on challenges I faced during this project. Any ideas would be creating a test that on the neck and forearm before testing on the eyes to prevent issues with eye irritation. Another idea would be possibly sensitivity testing so that the students will be showing up. I believe that this could change the outcome for future projects with having a larger group of people to test, as well as changing how the test is in case irritation happens. These are my reference pages. What is keratoconjunctivitis? Keratoconjunctivitis is an inflammation of the cornea in the eye that can cause redness, irritation, pain, and blurry vision. Lash glue can cause this when harsh chemicals or fumes irritate the eye or triggers an allergic reaction, especially if the glue gets too close to the eye or gets used too often. My supported research. Eyelash extensions produced can sometimes lead to eye problems such as keratoconjunctivitis and allergic blef. Studies have found that many eyelash extension glues contain fluorine and chemicals that can irritate the eyes and cause inflammation. Because of these risks, it is important for technicians to properly disinfect their tools, follow safety guidelines when handling chemicals, improve the ingredients used in the lash glues, and have a strong understanding of eye health and safety. Thank you, everyone. Zoe.
So I actually have a question about the significance of your research. So I'm wondering, what scientific questions were you able to answer, and was your hypothesis true or false?
Hold on. Scientific question. Hey. Jesus Christ. For the temperature and humidity, yes, it can affect the eyes because if it's too cold, the glue would be too hard to use or be really sticky. The chemical compounds in the lash glues can affect it by people not being able to breathe or like gaining diseases in their bodies. The pH level in the lash glues, influence sensitivity and comfort during wear. Yes, the pH in the lash glue does matter because if it's too strong, the eyes will instantly be affected and redness will happen. It will be uncomfortable for the user. And what was the other question? It's true because I use 3 different glues. I used hair glue, Kiss, and Bond. And with the Kiss glue, it made my eyes and the other participants' eyes very sensitive and burn. But with the hair glue, it didn't really stick. But with the Bond, it was too sticky, but it helped everyone. Like, it was perfect. So, yeah. Any more questions? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anya, and my project is on the human-animal bond. My agenda will be, well, my, is this okay? Okay. We'll be going over my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, secondary research, research procedure, hypothesis, data and results, next steps, and Q&A. My problem statement is stress from school and other daily challenges can negatively impact the mental well-being of teenagers. Pets may provide emotional support and help teens manage these stressors, yet the ways in which pet ownership influence stress, coping, and overall mental health are not fully understood. My scientific questions are: what impact does school have on the stress levels of teenagers? How does spending time with the pet after a stressful event affect a teenager's mood or stress levels? What coping strategies do teenagers use the most to manage stress, and how common is it to use pets as a coping mechanism? My stakeholders are teenagers in high school, because this project is about how pets affect teen mental health. Parents and guardians are directly involved in teens' lives and influence decisions about pets. Animal behaviorists, because they study how animals interact with humans and can provide insight into how pets affect emotions and behavior. Mental health organizations focus on supporting people's well-being and can bring insight on other forms of support for teens. Psychologists/school counselors work closely with students and can give more insight on their mental and what causes stress in students. Supporting research, pets can be beneficial to those with mental health due to intense connection they have with their owners. Pet ownership has been associated with positive and negative outcomes for human well-being. Animals have been alternately valued as companions, commodities, symbols, and subjects of affection. Both pet owners and non-pet owners express strong concern for animal welfare during disasters, indicating that animals contribute to feeling of responsibility, attachment, and emotional stress. Youth challenged by psychological development and self-esteem transitions may be supported by pets before and during adolescence. Adolescent stress is a risk factor for poor mental health. The school may play an important role in addressing stress-related problems in youth. Growing evidence suggests that perceived academic pressures reflects the interaction between contextual demands and individual vulnerabilities. Research has repeatedly shown that having an anxiety disorder, experiencing significant symptoms of anxiety in adolescence is a risk factor for adult depression, and school is often the main source of stress for teens and is linked to anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. My hypothesis is if teens spend time with their pet after a stressful day, then they may experience lower stress levels compared to teens without pets, because interacting with animals can support emotional regulation and well-being. My primary research, I did a survey and an interview. The purpose of this research is to compare the mental health and stress levels of teenagers who have pets to those who do not, to better understand how pets may affect teen well-being. To collect data, I will use a survey and a few interviews with teenagers. The survey will ask both pet owners and non-pet owners about their stress levels, coping strategies, and sources of emotional support. Interviews will allow participants to share more detailed experiences about how they manage stress and whether animals play a role in their lives. After collecting data, I will compare the responses of teens with pets and teens without pets to identify patterns or differences. All participants were made aware that completing the survey and doing the interview were completely optional. All responses will remain anonymous, and any identifiable information will not be used in my presentation. Everyone will be asked the same questions with the same wording. Responses will be recorded carefully so no answers will be captured inaccurately. So responses will be recorded accurately. All data will be stored somewhere where only the researcher, me, will have access to.
Survey data. The survey was split into 2 parts, one part for people with pets, another for people without pets. Most of my responses came from people with pets. The first question was, do you consider your pet a source of emotional support? Most people said yes, and when asked why, they said things like, my dog likes to snuggle and it brings me comfort. My dog is like my best friend that I talk to. He's right there to make me feel joyful and happy. She is so cute. She's funny and sassy, and that cheers me up, and that's my baby for real. Have you ever struggled with your mental health? Most people said yes. Some people said maybe. How often do you spend time with your pets? Most people said always. Others said often. After spending time with an animal, how does your mood change? And 100% of people said they feel better. My interview data, these were the questions that they were asked. Some were not asked all of these questions because they may have answered a question within another answer that they gave. So, yeah. And here are some of my participants, the answers that stuck out to me the most. Participant A was asked, how do you feel being around animals compared to being around people? My dog doesn't really care if I had a bad day or if I'm in a bad mood. He's just there, and that makes it easier to relax. Participant B was asked, what challenges do you think come from having a pet during a stressful time? One challenge is time management because humans have their own lives, and so to manage that along with the animal can be difficult at times. And participant C was asked, when you are feeling stressed or overwhelmed, what do you usually do, and where do animals, if anywhere, fit into that? And they said, when I'm stressed, I normally take a nap, and my cat is right there next to me to snuggle me when I do. Overall, the interview showed that pets can have a positive impact on teen stress levels and emotional well-being. The students explained that when they feel overwhelmed by school or personal stress, they often spend time with their pets because it helps them calm down or feel less alone. They described animals as a calm and low-pressure presence compared to people, saying that pets provide comfort without judgment or expectations. Another memorable point was their opinion that animals can support teen mental health by reducing loneliness, improving mood, and giving teens a sense of routine and responsibility. Although they mentioned that pets can sometimes add responsibility during those stressful times, they believe the emotional comfort pets provide outweighs those challenges. In conclusion, I found that pets do help students in their mental health, but both my primary and secondary research shows that pets can provide a source of comfort for people and teenagers during a stressful time. But unlike my hypothesis claimed, I could not find a difference in stress levels between pet owners and non-pet owners. Overall, their ways of managing stress were pretty similar, like listening to music, taking naps, and other tactics that help reduce stress. The main difference I found is that pet owners tend to do these activities with their animals. For future projects, I would recommend students get a wider variety of participants or try to talk to an equal number of pet owners and non-pet owners and students from other schools to get a wide range of answers. I plan on attending Tuskegee University and majoring in animal science, and from there I want to go to vet school to become a veterinarian. With this, it is important to understand not only animal health, but also how animals affect the emotional and mental well-being of people. This research strengthened my communication, critical thinking, and research skills, which are all important in veterinary medicine. These are my references. Thank you, and any questions? Zoe?
I have a question about your interviews and surveys. What challenges did you run into while trying to get survey responses or have interviews with people?
A challenge that I ran into was trying to get responses from both sides. So like I said, most of my surveys came from people with pets, and I only got a few responses from people without pets. So for future people that want to do this project, I would recommend trying harder to get like an equal amount of people so you have like better answers or research. Any other questions?
All right, my name is Preston. I research homelessness in Detroit. The reason I picked this topic was because every time I was going downtown, I would always see more homeless people than populated than regular people like us. So, you know, that's why I picked it. These are the table of contents, or basically the everything I'm going over throughout the project. This is the same thing. And the problem statement I said, oh, hold on. The problem statement I said, in Detroit, Michigan, many people experience homelessness due to a lack of affordable housing, no, that's not underemployment, my fault. Unemployment and limited access to mental health services. These issues have created a cycle of poverty that prevents many residents from finding and maintaining a stable house. These are 6 different reasons why people are in the predicament that they are due to homelessness. This is another picture of people that rely on food, and this is how they live over the harsh conditions. My scientific question was, how does the lack of affordable housing in Detroit directly affect the number of people experiencing homeless each year? What impact does unemployment have on the rate of homelessness in Detroit's low-income neighborhoods? How would increasing access to mental health and addiction services influence the number of homeless individuals in Detroit? This is the revised versions. How does the shortage of affordable rental housing in downtown Detroit affect the number of people entering homeless shelters each day? Does providing access to free mental health counseling reduce homelessness rates among adults in Detroit? These are my primary stakeholders. Adults experiencing homelessness in Detroit, especially those struggling with mental health challenges who could benefit from free counseling services. Local mental health organizations and homeless shelters such as Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries or Neighborhood Service Organization and Cass Community Shelter, which work directly with homeless populations and would play a key role in providing or supporting counseling programs. Secondary stakeholders. Nonprofit funding organizations and advocacy groups such as the Michigan State Housing Development Authority or United Way, which provide financial support and influence policies related to the homelessness and mental health care. City of Detroit government officials and policymakers who create and fund housing, public health, and mental health programs that affect homelessness in the community. For my primary research question, I said, does providing access to free mental health counseling reduce the homeless rates among adults in Detroit? These are my 10 scholarly articles. I mean, the links to all of them. And to collect the information from the survey, this is the plan. The plan is to collect the information from the survey, implement it in the project, and that will help me in the project. Primary research proposal, the impact of expanded access to cost-free mental health counseling on housing stability among unhoused adults in Detroit, Michigan. My hypothesis, I predict when I ask different participants the question they participated in to receive valid and truthful answers. These are my ethical standards. I will ensure that they are given the consent to record for the interview and then ask them to complete a survey. it's no. I didn't really get a video. I just did it. When you go on your phone, or you got iPhone, the voice memo app. I use that, and I said in the video I will ask for their consent another time, but in the video confirming that they will feel safe and when providing me with an answer. These are my next steps in the data research. And these are my participants that I asked. I asked them all on the same day, different times. These are the names and also the names that they go by. And this is the transcript that the voice memo app picked up and gave me the transcript like this. And this, I think I got like 3 transcripts, 2 pictures, and every survey answer. These are the pictures from the evidence from my primary research, which is the photographs. And these are my scientific questions answered. Zoe?
So I have a question about that slide that you were just on with your, can you go back a slide? With your scientific questions and answers. Can you talk us through this? Can you explain to us like what the answers were to your scientific questions?
Okay. So when I had looked up like why people are homeless, it gave me because people can't afford to live in a low-cost neighborhood because they start off low cost, but then the landlord might just jack the price up, and that's why some people are homeless. And due to 16% in the increase of homelessness over the population of 2 years, that's why that's what the answer was. It mainly had to do with underemployment or just unemployment. Anybody else? Lumpkin?
What are your next steps in this? How could someone build on this next year? And how is this something that influences what you want to do after high school?
I mean, I feel like if people wanted to do what I did for the Capstone, I would say get more responses when you asking the questions. Even though I only asked 3 questions because I didn't want to make them feel like, you feel me, that they wasn't nothing because they are homeless. I didn't want to ask them. I only asked them 3 questions. So I feel like I would say ask more questions and really know what area you going to tackle.
And then what about for you after high school? How does this project help you after high school, or what are you taking with you after high school?
I mean, it helps me by turning stuff in on time and really getting those checkpoints done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Avant, and my capstone project is about nail art and teenage self-expression. This is my agenda for this is my agenda. Problem statement: teens often faces social pressures and restrictions that makes it difficult to express their identity. This is important during adolescence, a key stage in Eric Erickson identity development theory where teens are trying to understand who they are. These pressure can harm confidence and limit creativity. Nail art offers a safe, personal, and accessible way for teens to build confidence and explore identity and feel more comfortable. Significant questions: how does nail art affect self-esteem in school dress codes, with schools with strict dress codes? How does engagement in nail art influence teenage self-esteem and confidence? How does parental support for nail art influence teenage self-expression? This is my stakeholders, primary stakeholders. Teenagers are most affected by limits on self-expression. Some use nail art to help with confidence. School staff influence students' identity through dress codes. Nail techs influencers shape trends and offer supportive spaces for teenage self-expression. Parents, their support or disapproval affects how comfortable teens feel expressing themselves. And mental health professionals, they use insight on nail art to support teen confidence and emotional well-being. This is my scholarly articles, Osmond, 2024. The article talks about the study of nail art as a significant and emerging field of creative practice. White, 2015. This article argues that media practice on social platforms like manicures and cosmetic cultures on Twitter reflects useful media showing how social media shape identity and norms, which support arguments about how social media influence identity. Winter 2013, the creative activities such as art can improve confidence and emotional well-being and self-concept in adolescents. Pew Research Center 2022, a large number of teenagers regularly use can y'all hear me right? Okay. Can you regularly use social media and exposure to beauty and appearance, content, and it influence how they view themselves? Kelman 2022, the participation in creative art environments can improve adolescents' identity development and help build confidence and emotional sustainability. Kalman 2016, this article shows that engaging in creative activities can improve emotional well-being. Dean 2024, creative expression through nail art allows adolescents to explore their emotions and identity, supporting mental health and personal development. This is my primary research proposal. So I did surveys and interviews for my surveys. I ended up getting 30 people to do my surveys. And for my interview, I ended up doing a worksheet, and I ended up doing 10 questions for the worksheets. And I had 7 people do my participate in my interview. These are some questions that I asked. What does nail art mean to you personally? How do you feel when you wear nails at school? Do you have school dress codes affected your ability to express yourself? How does social media influence your nail choices? How does your parents feel about your nails? Do you think getting your nails done help you feel more confident? Have you ever felt judged for your nails? How does nail art connect to your identity? And do you feel nail art helps express your identity? Does viewing nail art online increases your confidence or inspire you? My hypothesis: If teenagers regularly engage in nail art, then they receive higher levels of self-esteem and confidence because creative self-expression supports identity development during adolescence. If teenagers receive positive support from parents and peers about their nails, then they will receive higher levels of confidence and willingness to be themselves because social support encourages students to feel comfortable expressing their identities. My ethical standards, conformed consent participations will be informed about the study and give digital or verbal consent. Minimizing harm questions, avoid sensitive topic, and interviews will be conducted in a respectful place. No names or identity information will be collected. All responses will remain secret. Voluntary participation is completely voluntary, and students can skip questions or stop at any time. This is my survey data. How does your school have strict dress code? 80% students said dress codes do not limit their ability to express themselves, and 16.7% said their school does have strict dress codes, and 3.3% said not sure. How often do you get your nails done? 23.3% said often, 26.7% said sometimes, 23.3% said rarely, and 26.7% said never. So nail art habits are evenly spread around among students. When you wear nails, how does it make you feel? Most students feel confident or creative because of nail art. On a scale of 1 to 5, how does nail art impact your confidence? Most students rated their confidence at a 3, and 46.7% rated it at a 4 out of 5. How supportive are your parents or guardians of your nail choices? 63.3% said very supportive. 16.7% said kind of supportive, and 20% said not supportive. How much time do you spend viewing nail art or beauty content online? 73.3% said less than an hour. 16.7% said 1 to 3 hours, and 10% said more than 3 hours. For my survey research results, my bad, y'all. Research results. The survey shows that nail art increases confidence and creative, and for most teens, and is generally supported by parents and social media influencing nail choices. This is what my participants said. For confidence and feelings, nail art makes me feel more girly, so sometimes it boosts my confidence. When I wear nails to school, it helps me feel more put together and confident. When I have my nails done, I feel like a new person. For identity and self-expression, my nails help me show personality and creativity. The type of nails I get makes me feel classy. My nails shows my expression and my personality. For social media influence my nail choices by giving new ideas. Social media helps me pick out helps me pick out some of my nails. It helps me choose the nail art or find inspiration. For parental support, my parents love when I get my nails done. My parents love when I get my nails done and see my new ideas. My mom loves my nails. For judgmental and others, no, I haven't even felt judged for my nails. No, every time I get my nails done, everyone seems to like them. And yes, some people assume that I'm trying to be extra. These interviews shows that nail art plays a strong role in confidence and identity and self-expression among teenagers, and positive support from parents and peers and students encourage teens to feel comfortable expressing themselves. Here are some interview trends that I got. One question was, how does art How does nail art increases confidence? 6 out of 7 participants said it boosts their confidence. How does nail art help express identity? 6 out of 7 said nail art helps them express their identity. How does social media influence your nail choices? 5 out of 7 said social media gives them new ideas and inspire them. Parents support. Are parents supportive of nails? Most participants reported positive support from their parents. And have you ever felt judged? Most students said they haven't never felt judged for their nails. And my results from this, most participants said nail art boosts confidence, help them express their identity. Social media influence their choices, and most feel supported by their parents and no judge. This shows nail art is empowering for teens. This is my conclusion. Nail art plays an important role in teenage self-expression, confidence, and identity development. In both surveys and interviews, data shows most teens feel confident and creative when they wear nails art, and many use nail art as a way to express themselves and show their personality. Social media can also can also inspire nail choices, while parents and peer support can make make teens feel more confident and comfortable wearing their nails or expressing themselves. Overall, nail art is a empowering tool that supports emotional well-being and identity during adolescence. My next step is, I would say, get more people to do the interview, because I really didn't, have more people to do the survey, because I really didn't have a lot of people. I wish I would have had more people, at least 50 people, to complete my survey so I can have more answer and more information. And dig more into the strict dress codes, information research, like find more articles about that, because I really couldn't find no articles about the strict dress codes and stuff. So I would say that for this project. This is my reference page. And thank you. Any questions? You can go ahead.
So, have you?
Wait, what you say? What you say? I am a nail tech, yes. Well, sometimes when I do people nails, I either give them ideas of what they should do, or either I like to freestyle on people so I can have basically show my ideas on other people's nails, or have people tell me what they like, or they what would I call it? Things that they like, or how they act and stuff like that, and I can express it on their nails. I just did somebody's nails yesterday, and she wanted butterflies and ladybugs, but I didn't know how to do butterfly and ladybugs type of nails. But I figured it out because that's something that she liked it and stuff, and that basically shows people self-expression or how their personalities. Zoe.
Sorry, everybody. I had a question. I just didn't get to it fast enough. My question is similar to Tamaris's. So you've learned that self-expression is really important for students, and nails is a way to get to that self-expression. How does this help you with your future clients, or in expressing the importance to people about using nails for self-expression for teens?
By asking my clients basically what type of styles do they like, and what would they prefer and stuff like that, if they would like a freestyle and stuff like that. Thank you.
happy now. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lovely, and my project is about the importance of nurse mental health. This is my agenda. I have my problem statement, my scientific questions, my stakeholders, secondary research, my primary research, my ethical, and my hypothesis. This is my problem statement. Nurses often experience high stress due to heavy workloads and demanding patient care. This stress affects their mental health and can lead to burnouts, and especially for newer nurses who have less experience managing these challenges. This is my scientific questions. My first one says, what strategies can nurses adapt to aid their mental health and reduce burnout? My second one says, how can nurses deal with the behaviors of a patient? My third one says, why do nurses experience major shifts in their mental health? This is my stakeholders. I said patients because they can receive slower care or less emotional support from the nurse, and the family members, they can experience stress, which makes them emotional distance from the nurse. I said patients, family members, because they may experience confusion, stress, or miscommunication. And for the co-workers, they could be carrying a lot of weight from the nurses and cause staff turnovers. And nurses themselves can be carrying a lot of weight on them. This is my secondary research for my first one. They interviewed 13 female nurses, and they mainly talked about how good stress management helps nurses stay mentally healthy. And for my second one, it talked about how stress can lead to burnouts, and if it's not handled early. For my third one, it talked about how stress can come from many different places. And for my fourth one, it talked about how self-care and support from coworkers help nurses handle emotional stress. For my fifth one, it talked about how hospitals with good support systems have lower burnouts. For my last one, it talked about how long shifts makes nurses more tired and less satisfied with their job. Overall, all the research agrees that stress is a big problem for nurses and uses healthy coping skills and support systems can help protect their mental health. This is my primary research, what I will be doing. I will be questioning and doing surveys about their work environment and to learn how their daily tasks, stress levels, and workplace pressures affect their mental health. I will ask simple and respectful questions. My goal is to understand their experience without interrupting their work or identifying anyone. My questioning will be done via survey, and I will ask questions that will help me gauge how and what causes nurses to become stressed and how it affects their environment around them. This is my ethical. For my participation, I said I will only show nurses data who agree. I will explain the project about the survey and interview, and they can stop anytime. For my data, I said I would take clear and honest notes and only record what I actually hear or if it's possible to record. For privacy, I will not use names or identify information if not wanted. All notes will stay private and only be used for my school project, minimizing harm. I will not ask personal information on nurses or ask stress. I will only ask questions and take notes. For the challenges and solutions, nurses may be busy, so I will have them do the survey at a good time and keep it quick. I will not include names or personal details if not wanted, like I said. This is my hypothesis. I predict that nurses who have more experience than new nurses will lower stress levels when compared to newer nurses. Now moving on to my survey data. The provided bar chart illustrates the primary driver of workplace stress among respondents, with workload emerging as the most biggest reason factor at 60%. This is the This is closely followed by staffing shortage at 60% and emotional needs at 50%, suggesting how hard the job is and how the work is leading reasons. This graph represents surveys results collected from 20 nurses about how their job impacts their mental health. The question asked was, do you feel like your job has a negative impact on your mental health? Out of 20 responses, 14 nurses answered yes, showing that the majority feel their work negative affects their mental well-being. 4 nurses answered no, while 2 were unsure. These results highlight how common stress, burnout, and emotional exhaustion can be in the nursing profession. The graph helps show the importance of mental health support and resources for nurses in the workplace. Here, I interviewed a retired nurse who had experience. These are the responses they gave me right here. Okay. In conclusion, the data shows that the nurses with more experience tend to handle stress better than newer nurses. Newer nurses reported higher stress levels, which supports my hypothesis that experience help reduce stress. For my next step, after high school, I will plan to attend Grand Valley to earn my bachelor's degree in nursing. I will complete my clinical training, pass my license exam, and become an RN. In the future, I may specialize in an area of healthcare. If anyone wanted to do my capstone project next year, I would advise them to not only sew nurses, but ask patients. My project will help me build skills that I will actually use in the real world, like communicating with people, understanding, solving problems, and thinking like a person who wants to help someone. This is my 4 references. And do I have any questions? No? Yes. What? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. A RN, a registered nurse. Yes. Taking self-care, like, I don't know, just taking care of yourself, like going outside, doing an activity which can reduce the stress for the nurse or something. Yes, Zoe?
During your primary research, did you see any behaviors or learn of any behaviors that surprised you that nurses had because of stress or that caused them stress?
Say that again.
Were there any behaviors that patients had or nurses had that you found in your primary research that surprised you, that like led to stress or was because of the stress, like behaviors they did or actions they took?
So like with the nurse of taking care of the patients, like it's like taking care of a baby, but like taking care of somebody twice your size. So they're just like they can be a handful and a lot to take care of, and some of the patients don't really listen. Like, when it's time to go to bed, they don't want to go to bed, and you have to like help them walk, feed them, and you also can get a lot of other patients to take care of, like from back to back. Yeah. Is that all? Okay.
Um, no. My name is Desmond White, and my my capstone project is about ways to improve the cardiovascular system. My agenda is what's causing the problem statement, scientific questions, key stakeholders, and my hypothesis. My problem statement is it is scientifically proven that millions of people die each year because of some type of cardiovascular disease, which can be caused due to poor eating habits and unhealthy lifestyle choices. Why might people, these are my scientific questions, which are why might people choose unhealthy foods over healthy foods? How does a healthy cardiovascular system affect your lifestyle? How can your daily activities affect your cardiovascular health? My primary and secondary stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are elderly people, hospitals, and kids, which are the people who are affected by it the most or who are affected by it the most. Second, my secondary stakeholders are family members, friends, and teachers who are affected by it in like a background type of way. They're not affected by it themselves, but the people around them are. For my primary research, I was going to do an interview and a survey. I was going to ask questions about people's health leading to their cardiovascular system and connecting it to their daily life based off the results. I will put together the best ways to improve the cardiovascular system and decrease the chance of diseases. Also, using the best methods to prevent diseases in the cardiovascular system. The survey questions I had were, do you get 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day? Does 8 hours of sleep energize you throughout the day? Does eating fruit give you energy? Do you feel tired when you do these things daily? Do you think stretching every day can affect your health? My hypothesis is if people make healthier food options, exercise for at least 20 minutes for 3 to 5 times a week, be active during the day, get checkups on your heart, then your cardiovascular system will stay healthy and you will have a way less possibility of getting a heart disease. My ethical standards. For my survey, these were my consent and acknowledgement. I will keep my surveys on a confidential document where only I have access to them, and a verbal consent is required to participate so people will still feel comfortable. Additional considerations. I will be making a survey with a couple questions, observing how people and how people answer questions to use for my evidence. This data will be collected in my Google Docs, confidential, confidential, confidentially, and used accurately. For my interview, consent and acknowledge. I will be collecting data with consent digitally and keeping all interviews confidential. Participants will I'm gonna skip that. Environmental considerations. I will take interviews in a quiet space with no distractions, make sure everyone's voice is heard, and making it comfortable to answer questions with no personal information being asked. These are my references. I'm not finished with them. For my next steps, this future capstone project can help me with this for trade schools because if I get enough sleep, eat healthy, stay active, I will be more productive and I will feel more active and alive on a day-to-day basis. Any questions? Ms. Owens?
Des, can you go over some of the results or just talk about some of the survey results / interviews you had, like some of the feedback that people gave you?
So like,
So you asked those questions. What are some like responses that people talked about?
so the responses I was looking for was simply yes or no. And I didn't get a lot of responses. So based off the responses that I did get, a lot of people don't get enough sleep and a lot of people like don't eat enough healthy foods, I would say, or like enough fruit. So and a lot of people are like not keeping their like stress levels to like a minimum on a day-to-day basis. So with all of these being a factor of like how their cardiovascular system can be affected in a bad way. I just still got to do my research on it some more. Lumpkin.
How could someone build on your project next year if they wanted to do the same topic?
I think they could build on it by using. I think they could build on it by rewording some of the questions that I used, or by adding more questions. And I would say by doing an experiment, because an experiment you can get more information out of it, and you can get like more visual proof. Zoe.
I have a question about your secondary research. Specifically, did any of the articles you read answer your scientific questions or prove your hypothesis to be true?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, did any of the scholarly articles you read answer your scientific questions or prove your hypothesis true?
Yeah, some of them did. It's when it comes to why might people choose unhealthy foods over healthy foods, it's simply just because unhealthy foods, they have like a lot of things in them which make people want to like crave unhealthy foods like sugar and like stuff like that. People might favor that over like simply eating like vegetables or like broccoli or like healthier foods. Robin? Can you repeat that question? Yeah, it helped me with my project, but I didn't really think about like the very first project that we did until it came to light now.
my name is Bailey Scott, and my capstone project is about the future of education. This is my agenda. We'll be outlining the problem, digging into my investigation, and then my results and conclusions. For my problem statement was President Donald Trump signed a reconciliation bill July 4th, 2025, changing the education system for seniors after class of 26. Upcoming generations of seniors in Michigan are losing opportunities for financial aid, which can lead to less college acceptances or coming out of more money in order to go to college. My scientific questions are, how does this new law harm or help upcoming seniors? What factors do you think can help upcoming seniors in Michigan? And in what ways does this new law affect people with partial scholarships versus people with full rides? These are my stakeholders. For my primary stakeholders, I chose upcoming seniors, Donald Trump, parents, colleges, and universities. I chose upcoming seniors because they are primarily affected, seeing as they are the ones who won't be receiving FAFSA next year. Donald Trump, because he approved of it and he signed the bill, so it was able to come into place. And parents, colleges, and universities, because parents are coming out of more money because they have to help their children in order to go to college. And colleges and universities because they no longer can fully support upcoming seniors. For my secondary stakeholders, I chose teachers because they might feel bad, like secondhand feel bad about upcoming seniors not being able to receive FAFSA, and employers, government, taxpayers, and nonprofits because they get the benefits from it. This is my primary research and ethical standards slide. For my ethical standards, I will be conducting an anonymous survey for 11th grade scholars, giving them a safe space to express their opinion confidently. I'll be asking for their consent and approval before I conduct the survey to ensure they want to participate. Also, I will inform them that the survey does no harm and it's only their opinion. Are you interested? Asking 11th grade scholars if they plan to go to college or if they're thinking on it. How do you feel? Seeing how 11th grade scholars feel about the missed opportunity for financial aid, and how does this personally affect you? Getting an insight into the minds of the scholars and seeing how they believe this impacts their chance to go to college. My secondary research. I only have 8 articles, but I do got a couple that I'm going to talk about, which is like Article 1. While state and federal funding sources have dwindled, the cost of operating a university has continued to rise. It's basically just proving my point that federal funding is going down and everything else is going up. For my second article, I put too many students fail to graduate and those who do may take on unmanageable debt, which again proves my point that upcoming seniors now will be taking on unmanageable debt, seeing as they won't be receiving FAFSA next year. And then Article 7, the President's budget request proposes to decrease funding for the U.S. Department of Education by $12 billion or 15% and includes changes to federal policies and appropriations for K-12 public education that will impact students in every level of education across the country. These are my references. This is my hypothesis, which is a reduction in financial aid resources will lead to a decrease in college enrollment and completion rates, especially in low-income and minority students, aka people who already don't have access to many resources as others. Evidence from primary research. I did do 3 interviews, but I only put 1 on here. Today I'm here with and I have Today I'm here with and I have a couple questions for you. So do you plan on going to college?
Yes, I do plan on going to college.
And how do you feel about not receiving financial aid next year?
but I do feel like not receiving that will like make me like it will push me to like work for scholarships and stuff.
And do you think this personally affects you or your chances of going to college?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this is my data analysis. I asked them, did they plan on going to college? Did they plan on going to college, or were they thinking about it? 75% said yes, and 25% was indecisive. But they all did feel like it was a loss of opportunity. But most people did feel like it would affect their chances of going to college. But some people said they didn't feel like it would affect them. Results and conclusion. From our results, majority of the 11th grade felt that the loss of opportunity for financial aid will affect their chances of going to college. Both my primary and, from my conclusion, both my primary and secondary research supports my problem statement and proves my hypothesis that reducing financial aid resources play a vital role in college enrollment, especially among those who already don't have access to many resources. For my next steps, I said next year, class of 27 could tell their own story about how it was applying to colleges and what disadvantages they went through and what they did to overcome it in order to expand the project. Or to further continue the project, they could even do more research on funding for education and use that to question or educate the classes below them. Any questions? Zoe?
I wanted to ask about how this project or the process and the skills you learned support you after high school. Like, what are you doing after high school? How does this help you?
After high school, I'm going to trade school for cosmetology. But I do have a knack for politics, so that's why I do like to worry about what's going on around me. So, and I do want to somehow implement that into my future, being able to tell people about what they don't think is important or what they don't even know about that is important. Any other questions?
My name is Falondo Woods, and this is my capstone project. I'm class of 2026. The agenda will be the identified problem, scientific questions, and stakeholders. What helps more for school stress, music or TV? For my problem statement, stress from work and social life has a big impact on teenage years, considering you're basically just truly getting started in a social aspect because it's way more people. And you start getting more schoolwork. This could lead to depression, lack of motivation, and worse overall mental health. Do people see that as, what do people see as a bigger solution to this, music or TV? For some of my supporting research that helped me just navigate the, I guess, beginning stages, you could say, of figuring out, I have the University of Nevada, and it talked about releasing stress through the power of music, proving that music can be used as a way to relieve stress. I also watched a video talking about how the power of music can relax people. Also, read an article about more than half of Americans turning to TV for comfort and to relieve stress. So this proves that TV can also be used as a way to relieve stress, and also another article about that. For my scientific questions, I have what type of music do people listen to when they're stressed? So that's like the genre, R&B, hip hop, rock, whatever music people listen to whenever they're feeling stressed out. Does the gender matter for the option that they choose? So this means, like, I feel like some people could choose TV if they're male, or more people might choose music because they're female. Like, it depends on the gender. And what helps people feel better, TV or music? The original question. For the stakeholders, the primary stakeholders are high school students, as they receive stress from schoolwork, social life, and etc. That's just like, meeting new friends. Some people might not have as many friends as they want. They might not have the grades that they want, and this could stress them out. Going home, it could just mess with their mental overall. And then college students, which face the same thing as high school students, but on a bigger scale, as in college, it's a little bit more harder, it's more work, it's even more people, so that has even more of a toll on your social aspects of life. Having to get out more, maybe staying in your dorm, not liking that you stay in your dorm. It just really tests you on a mental scale. And then teachers who go through stress from student drama, grading, and work problems in general, which could also make them sad overall at home. They might not grade as many papers as they plan to, and this could take a toll. Maybe they're having a bad day, and the student is giving them, talking back or whatever, and not listening to them. That could also affect their mental health. For the secondary stakeholders, parents, they may catch an attitude from students due to stress. Like when students get a lot of work or something, or they had a bad day at school, socially, whatever, sometimes they might come home and not want to listen to their parents, or just be like in their room, not want to talk to their parents. And parents could just witness their child's overall mental downness. This doesn't have to directly affect the parents. It could just make the parents sad because the kid is sad. Their child is sad, and they don't want that to be the case. Also, the significant others of teachers, which may receive less attention due to teachers' overall stress and busyness. When teachers get home, they have a life as well, and some teachers have significant others, and they may not get as much attention because they have a lot of papers to grade or students to deal with, meetings, all types of stuff like that. For the secondary research, I have an article I read that was about releasing stress through the power of music, and a quote from that is, "A slower tempo can quiet your mind and relax your muscles," meaning that R&B could be the best type of genre to help relax, because R&B has a very slow tempo, and just music with slower tempo overall might be the best option. I read another article that said, so if you're feeling some stress and anxiety, sit back, relax, and press play on Harry Potter, which is a movie, and basically it's saying that Harry Potter, watching that movie could help relieve some stress due to the overall entertainment, and this kind of backs up the side of the TV portion. And then another article said, this systematic review indicates that listening to music may have a beneficial effect on anxiety. So that means that when you listen to music, it could benefit your anxiety. Somebody might be nervous around a lot of people, or even before presenting, they might listen to music to help them get in a better mood and relieve the stress with their anxiety. Some more secondary research I had was an article that said one typical way of regulating stress in daily life is through music listening. And that's just another back towards how music can help with your overall stress level. Another one said the level of TV watching increases with age, despite the fact that older adults enjoy TV less than younger people and do not receive the benefits of stress reduction as younger adults do when they watch TV. This kind of plays more of a part on the scientific question I had with like the teachers and the students, basically saying that like teachers might have more of a beneficial impact when watching TV than younger people do, and younger might have more of a beneficial impact on music. And then another one says students in secondary and tertiary education settings face a wide range of ongoing normative stressors. This proves the fact that stress can come from school and it can affect somebody's overall mental downness and how they feel about themselves. Even more secondary research. It says this study aims to test the effectiveness of visual elements such as general movement, rhythm, and texture. Basically, throughout this article, it was talking about how visual things such as TV and entertainment and things like that can get relaxed from it, as they did a study and mostly 70% of the participants felt relaxed after watching the video. So this shows that TV can be very beneficial when it comes to relaxing and calming somebody down. Another one says getting a good night's sleep is an essential factor in stress relief. I wanted to add this one in here because it also shows that music and TV aren't just the only ways to relieve stress. Getting a good night's sleep can be another way as well, and there's a lot of other ways that stress can be relieved, just going a little bit outside of my project as a whole. And then music is an integral part of many adolescents, and that just means that a lot of people listen to music. It later on says that lives have been shown to have anxiety relieving effects in high stress settings, meaning music in high stress settings has had a beneficial impact on people. And then for my last secondary research, it says mood management theory predicts that people experiencing stress use television to block anxious thoughts and to replace, I think I got cut off, but basically to just replace overall bad thoughts about their anxiety and how they feel about themselves. So, yeah. For my primary research plan, I chose to do interviews and observations. The ethical standards is informed voluntary participation. It's no risk or steps in my observation, like nobody's getting hurt, so I can just let them know after the fact and see if they will let me use their data. And I'm not gonna be naming my participants, so that ties into the confidentiality and privacy. And then for data integrity, by analyzing through multiple days, not just one, this is gonna make sure that my study is correct and that it's more so right, because since I'm doing it over multiple days, not just one day, it's like the repetitiveness and the consistency of my study is gonna be right, basically. Anticipated challenges and solutions. People who don't watch TV or listen to music, I will come over that by asking the people I plan to observe ahead of time if they do either, if they listen to music or TV, because some people don't listen to music or TV. So for those people, I'm gonna ask them ahead of time, do you listen to music or TV, because they might not, and they might use a different form of stress reliever. My hypothesis is that students will use music more as a reliever. I believe that students, the younger generation, listens to music quite a bit amount just because of the overall like devices we have nowadays with phones, radio, even on your TV. You can listen to music almost with anything, and most of the younger generation knows how to work that. So a lot of the time, they're always listening to music in one way or another. And then I think that teachers, significant others, and parents of significant others of those teachers and parents will use TV more as a reliever. Based off that article, I'm really going off of that. When I was in my beginning stages, it basically persuaded me that older people will have more of a benefit for stress reliever through TV. So that made me come to that hypothesis. And that gender doesn't have an effect on the method of stress reliever. I didn't think that gender would have an effect on, like, I think that males and females would be similar. I didn't think the effect on method of stress relief would be differentiated based off of gender. And then R&B will be the most used genre for people who use music as a stress reliever. My evidence is, should I play these? Okay. My evidence, I have 3 interviews that I took. These aren't all the interviews, but these are the ones that I recorded, and you can basically just hear some of the questions that I asked in these interviews. I'm here with Jamiyah. And I want to ask you, when it comes to school stress, like school work and social life and whatnot, what do you usually do to deal with that stress more? Do you watch TV or do you listen to music?
I listen to music.
What genre of music do you think helps calm you down the most?
Probably like pop and rap, honestly.
Okay, thank you. And this is the next video. I'm here with
Cam.
And today I want to ask you, when it comes to school work stress and social life in school, what do you think calms you down more, music or TV?
I think music, especially because it's more accessible during school.
Okay, and then when it comes to the music you listen to, what genre do you think helps calm you down the most?
Probably R&B or indie music.
Okay, thank you. Interview that kind of ties into like how I got different things from different interviews, because he said that it's more accessible in school. So earlier I said that the younger generation has more access and knows how to operate a lot more devices. Therefore, they're able to listen to music during a lot of time in their life. And this is my last recorded interview right here. I'm here with
Doria.
And when it comes to schoolwork and stress from social life in school, what do you think helps calm you down more, music or TV?
Music.
Okay, and when it comes to the genre that you listen to, what genre do you think helps calm you down more?
Genre.
Like music, like the music genre.
Hip hop. Rap.
As you can see, in 2 out of the 3 interviews, hip hop was a popular answer, which I wasn't expecting. I was expecting R&B, as I said in my hypothesis. For my data analysis, for my data analysis, I have a chart of students and teachers, significant others of those teachers, and parents. And for the students, 34 of the 40 males chose music as the response to relieve stress, and 6 people chose TV. So you can see how more people chose music, which in my hypothesis I believe was going to be the case, and more people in the male area. 23 of them chose hip hop, while 17 chose R&B. So this shows that my hypothesis was wrong about the R&B being the most used genre, and hip hop was the most actually. And then for females, 30 out of 40 listened to music, and 10 out of 40 watch TV. But more females chose R&B as their genre, so 26 females chose R&B as a reliable and effective way to relieve their stress, while only 4 chose hip-hop. And then when it comes to teachers, significant others of those teachers, and parents, males chose, 27 of 40 males chose music, while 13 chose TV. And then for the genres, 19 of those males chose R&B, and 8 chose hip-hop. So you can see the differentiator in the younger and the older generation when it comes to males. The males chose R&B more as a genre that helped calm them down rather than hip-hop. They also chose a little bit more TV than music. For females, 37 chose music, and 3 chose TV. And 38 of those females chose R&B, while only 2 chose hip-hop. So you can also see that differentiator in the younger generation and older generation with the females, where a lot more chose music instead of TV, and a lot more chose R&B as well. And I feel like this ties into just music taste when it comes to generations and the type of music that was coming out back then compared to nowadays. For my results, in conclusion, R&B was not the most used genre, actually. It was hip-hop, which you've seen based off of those charts. And gender does not have as much of an effect as I thought, where like most people just chose music instead of TV. There was small gaps in the choosing of music or TV, but for the most part, it was basically similar responses with the genders. It was mainly about the younger and older generation. And that music is the most used method for relief stress, which makes my hypothesis right, which was in my hypothesis. I thought that music was the most used method. For next steps, this project shows that while music and television are used by teenagers to cope with stress, music provides teenagers and teachers and older generation. Music provides a more active and beneficial form of emotional regulation. These findings can guide students, educators, and families towards healthier stress management strategies, while also contributing to future research and real-world applications in fields like marketing, media, and mental health awareness. And what all this basically means is that understanding this and knowing about this can help you with your mental, realizing what works best for you to help you relieve stress. And music is usually a popular answer. So trying out music to help relieve your stress can help you become more efficient, more happy. And when you're happier, you become more efficient. These are my references, just a bunch of articles, some videos and whatnot, and studies, experiments, all those things. Some more of my final references. And thank you. Any questions?
I'm Jakayla Tellis, and my project is about mental health awareness for postpartum and teens. My primary stakeholders is new moms, teens, adults, social workers, and therapists. My agenda is problem statements, scientific questions, stakeholders, my references, research support, hypothesis, ethical standards, primary research proposal, my data analysis, next steps, results, and conclusions, and my personalized touch. My problem statement is teens starting high school, women after giving birth and losing someone close to you can cause postpartum, teen, and adult depression. My scientific questions are: what solutions have been found to relieve depression? What deeply causes depression? Why do they get worse when they go to mental facilities? The similarity between postpartum and teen depression is postpartum and teen depression both share the several similarities of being sad, tired, suicidal, worthless, and very much alone. They also both have thoughts of killing others while they are not well. These are my references. This is my research, and basically I found connected to the references that, like during COVID, it was a lot. Like it changed a lot and made mental health worse for both postpartum and teen depression and adult depression. My hypothesis is what solutions have been, this is the individuals experiencing depression often turn to avoidance behavior like excessive sleeping or substance use as a temporary distraction from their reality. My ethical standards are informed consent, confidentiality, non-maleficence, and integrity. My primary research proposal is the method I use is I will conduct a survey using Google Forms. I plan to survey more than 10 people, but I didn't. Include teens, new parents, and compare their experiences. My next steps is, if someone does this project later, they should look into how to make therapy cheaper and easier for students. This project helped me learn more about my goal of being a psychologist one day. It showed me we need to talk more about this so people aren't afraid to get help. I'm going to keep sharing resources with my friends so that they know how to sleep it off when they feel depressed, so that they don't know. My primary research evidence, so I made a form and I sent it out to like people that was here and other places, and these was their response. And these are age groups that replied. I found that a lot of people thought it was okay to isolate themselves and stuff like that. When people have depression, they mostly isolate themselves, lose interests and hobbies, and just be angry and stuff like that. My data analysis is, so I found a gap that 90% of people said they are confident they can spot depression, and some scared to get like professional help.
Some people said when they feel overwhelmed, well, mostly, they said that when they feel overwhelmed, they listen to music or they go to sleep or they write about it or talk to somebody about it. Oh, the biggest reasons why people might avoid going to mental health facilities or seeking help. Oh, I can't even read it. Mm. Oh. 40 people responded that they didn't have depression, and a lot of them were okay with admitting they were depressed. My results in conclusion, my research shows that teen and postpartum depression are really common, but the ways people try and fix it aren't always the best. My hypothesis was correct. I guess that people use distractions to cope, and my data proves it. People would rather sleep or listen to music than go to a doctor. Based on my open-ended questions, the biggest reasons people don't get help are because they are afraid of the cost and what other people would think of them. I chose this topic because how silence can make mental health issues get worse. My goal is to make these conversations normal. Also because I want to go to college for psychology. And doing this project taught me a lot. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
I have a question about your hypothesis. Did you show it to us earlier, or was it only on your conclusion slide?
I showed it, didn't I? I don't know. Oh, it's right here.
Okay, and then did you get this hypothesis? Like, did you have support from this from any of your scholarly articles? Like, did any of those scholarly articles help you make this hypothesis?
No. Actually, I asked somebody about it. And, they had told me, how they feel. I asked a few people, actually, in person. So that would be, basically an interview. But, yeah, that's where I got this from. Done.